I invite Member for Chilliwack Kent to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
To my sisters who came before, who fought and rallied and persevered, to my sisters who walk the path now, who dance and run and drag and jump, whose titles may include Miss, Ms., Mix, Mrs., but whose struggle and success is also illustrated by doctor, CEO, teacher, minister, MLA. Thank you for the voices and fists upraised. Thank you for playing their game our way. Thank you for believing women, and for me too, and for leaning in. Thank you for smiling more even when they didn't deserve it, and being polite until it was safe enough. Is it safe? To dig in and to demand better. Thank you for reaching back and lifting up, because together we scream till we cry, and we cry until we laugh. True, we still white-knuckle it, we still cross the street, check the back seat, keep our keys in our fists, but we're here to make it better for our sisters who come next, because together we have been the change, together we will be the change, as our sisters, all our sisters, come together in the understanding that we all rise and fall together.
Introductions by members. Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Today in the galleries are representatives of the Council of Senior Citizens Organizations of BC, otherwise known as the real Costco. And it's good to have them here. They met this morning with MLAs, including the Parliamentary Secretary for Seniors. Some meeting with me this afternoon. I know other MLAs as well. I want to introduce Leslie Godet and Terry Van Steinberg, the President and Second Vice President of the organization. Please welcome them to the House today.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two introductions to make this afternoon. Today is World Lymphedema Day. For those who aren't aware, lymphedema is the most underdiagnosed disease in the world and is far too common side effect of cancer treatments. Today, bringing awareness to lymphedema are members of the BC Lymphedema Association. I'm pleased to introduce President Sandra McConaughey, past President Christine Chandler, Vice President and my friend and fellow breast cancer survivor Lynn Anglin, their acting secretary, there they are, Janine Leach, and membership coordinator Colleen O'Farrell. Would the House please help make them feel welcome today? My second introduction, Mr. Speaker, I would like to, for over half a century, Mr. Speaker, families have come to visit the community of Parksville, many returning year after year. Today we have members from the Resort Drive Advocacy Group in the House from Parksville who will be formally inviting the Minister to come and tour their community. I would like to recognize them and thank them for being here today. Please make them feel welcome.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not often, I guess, to get to introduce people from Castlegar, or should I say Robson, but today in the gallery is Martin and Taya Whitehead. I've known Martin, I think since he was 3 years old, watched him grow up and really impressed with the person he's become, and I've known Taya since Martin brought her home to introduce her to the family. Taya is an ECE alumni, Early Childhood Educator alumni from Selkirk College, and she's now the Vice President at Selkirk College, so I think that bodes well for early childhood educators in this province. Would you please join me in making them both very welcome?
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to introduce two people. One is Leanne Wallace, the Regional District of Nanaimo Electoral Area Director and a BC United candidate for Ladysmith Oceanside, as well as Ed Main, the former Mayor of the City of Parksville. Will the House please make them feel welcome?
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased today to have in the gallery several good friends from the Lower Mainland. I'd like to welcome Jeena Singh, Jatinder Singh, Sunita Deer, and Sudeep Segwal. I'd ask the House to please make them welcome.
House Leader of the Third Party.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the honor of introducing a couple people who've been here a few times now. Helen Davis from Artemis Wildlife Consultants and Mark Worthing from the Awanakola Foundation. Winacola Foundation. And I raise my hands to the UVic Environmental Law Clinic, specifically a friend of many members in this place, Calvin Sanborn, the Sierra Club, Wallace Namuguis, Chief David Mungo Knox of the Kwagulf Nation. I'm grateful for their tireless work to protect Spath.
Member for Caribou North.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week I had the opportunity to talk about the Lataco Quesnel BC Winter Games and what a great job everyone did, and how Barkerville stepped up at the last minute when we didn't have snow to really provide an exceptional experience. Joining us in the gallery today is Kate Cox, the CEO of Barkerville Heritage Site. I just want to say thank you to all of the folks at Barkerville that really stepped up to make sure that we had an amazing Lataco Quesnel BC Games. With the House, please, and make sure you book Barkerville in your summer holiday, because it's a place that you cannot miss, because it's such an extraordinary asset in British Columbia. With the House, please make Kate welcome.
Member for Parksville Qualicum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to join with the member for Surrey South and West Vancouver Capilano to welcome all of the wonderful people from Parksville, especially Judy Thomas. The work of the Resort Drive Advocacy Committee has been incredible, and it is through the tireless efforts of Judy and the other volunteers that happens. And I too would like to welcome our Electoral Area G Director from the Regional District of Nanaimo, Leanne Wallace, and the former Mayor of the City of Parksville, Mr. Ed Main. Would everyone please make them feel very welcome.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Well, I would like to introduce a group today that's in the House that represents owners and businesses across British Columbia, including my hometown of Kelowna, Victoria, Vernon, Penticton, and Parksville, shout out, who own and or work with lawfully operating short-term rental properties, which are built in tourism zones. Could the House please join me in welcoming those from Property Rights BC to the House today?
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I move that a bill entitled the Short-Term Rental Accommodations Amendment Act 2024, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper, be introduced and read a first time now. For over half a century, Mr. Speaker, families have come to visit the community of Parksville, where their children explored the beaches of Rath's Trevor Park, roasted s'mores over beach campfires, and visited the many community restaurant shops and even mini golf. Kelowna, Victoria, Vernon, Penticton, Parksville, Qualicum, and other communities rely on hosting tourism visitors. Purpose-built short-term accommodation owners and associated employees rely on those people and families to come and visit and contribute to the vibrancy and economy of these communities. While there, they stay in legally operating purpose-built short-term rentals, which were never meant to be accommodation and mostly owned by individuals and BC families. Last fall, BC United anticipated the devastating impact to owners, employees, and local communities by not including an exemption for these properties in Bill 35. That is why BC United introduced a common sense amendment to Bill 35 to include this exemption. Today, in light of what we have heard from municipalities across BC, community BIAs, and all those individuals being financially and emotionally devastated, I'm introducing this private member's bill, amending Bill 35 to include an exemption for these specific properties. This amendment honors the purpose of the original intention of Bill 35, which is to return appropriate suites into BC's long-term accommodation market. BC United agrees that common sense regulation is required to impact and manage the impact of short-term rentals. However, including these lawfully operating properties, which are built in tourism zones for recreation and were absolutely never intended for long-term residential use, does far more damage than good in communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member?
Speaker, I move that this bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member for Saanich North End Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that a bill entitled the Wildlife Amendment Act, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper, be introduced and read a first time now. For decades, experts have been advocating for laws to protect bear dens in British Columbia. We still lack comprehensive legal protection for bear dens. Bear dens have been left to a patchwork of policies by logging companies which are inconsistent and unenforceable. Last month, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs unanimously passed a resolution calling on the province to protect bear dens by the end of this spring session. The resolution from Wallace Namugwis Chief Dave Mungo Knox recognizes the duty we have as humans to protect our relatives and our shared homelands. As we committed to in the Declaration Act, Indigenous people have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinctive spiritual relationships and the right to conservation and protection of the environment and the productive capacity of their lands and territories. 2023 was the deadliest year to be a bear, mostly the result of the degradation of the environment and the lack of natural food sources. 603 black bears were killed by the BC Conservation Service last year. The primary reason, according to Chief Cam Schley, is human garbage. The pressures on bears is great, and we can offer them some relief in protecting their denning habitat. The act before us today makes essential changes to protect bear dens. It sets out that if a person disturbs, molests, damages, or destroys a bear den, they've committed an offense. Further, this protection stands on both Crown land and private land, which is essential component to given the proliferation of private managed forest lands in British Columbia. This is the third time I've introduced this legislation, and since then, untold numbers of bear dens have been destroyed. It's the mandate of the Minister of Wildlife to protect the biodiversity of this province, and this includes protecting the dens where bears hibernate, birth, and raise their young.
Question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for the second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Chilliwack-Kent.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. March 8th is International Women's Day, a time we recognize the many women, girls, two-spirit and gender-diverse people in our province who are so often the cornerstones of our families, our neighbourhoods, and our communities. BC has a long history of incredible people who are making change in our society, people who fight sexism, gender-based discrimination, harassment, and violence every day. Trailblazers who break barriers, stand up for change, and fight for the rights of all people. I'm grateful to be working alongside so many women and girls who make an impact every day towards making life better in our province. Our government recognizes that gender equity and empowering women benefits everyone and is essential to the health of families, community, and our economy. The theme of this year's International Women's Day is Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress, and that is exactly what our government is doing. By empowering BC women by opening doors and bringing down barriers for women in trades, tech, and other non-traditional roles, by making historic investments in childcare, making it easier for women in the workforce. We've introduced pay transparency legislation to shine a light on pay discrimination and to support women in getting jobs and the compensation that they deserve. We're empowering women in their reproductive health as the first province in Canada to provide universal coverage of prescription contraceptives, the first to offer an at-home self-screening program for cervical cancer, and one-cycle in vitro fertilization for free starting in 2025. We continue the work to advance safety for women, along with everyone's right to live free from discrimination and gender-based violence. Our every step to support the women of our province is rooted in equity, where opportunities are available to all people, regardless of their gender, ethnicity, or other parts of their identity. International Women's Day is a call to action and a reminder that gender equity is one of the most effective ways to build healthier, wealthier, and more inclusive communities.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, this country lost a great Canadian. Like many, I was deeply saddened to learn of the passing of the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney. He was Prime Minister when I was involved with the Young Tories and had the pleasure of meeting him on several occasions. His leadership was truly inspirational. Prime Minister Mulroney's time in office was marked by vision, courage, and an unwavering commitment to this country. He was a great statesman who believed in the power of partnership and the strength of alliances. His landmark achievement, the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement, transformed our economy and set the stage for much of the prosperity that we enjoy today. He saw beyond borders, envisioning a North America where goods could move freely, strengthening ties and building a more prosperous future for all. He was also champion of the environment, leading the fight against acid rain, which involved the trans-border toxic air pollutants, which were such a huge issue in the late 70s, early 80s, and successfully negotiated an agreement after 5 years of negotiating with President Reagan, ultimately signed an agreement with President George H.W. Bush that has also been transformative. And that, along with a commitment to preserving our natural heritage, helped shape the environmental outlook for generations of Canadians. But perhaps his most enduring legacy is his leadership in uniting world leaders to fight against the scourge of apartheid in South Africa. He was also well known for working side by side with Presidents Reagan and Prime Minister Thatcher to see and oversee the collapse of the Soviet Union and, to paraphrase President Reagan, banish communism to the ash heap of history. And as we remember Brian Mulroney today, let us thank him for his service, his great accomplishments, and his unwavering belief that Canada can always be better. May he rest in peace, knowing that his contributions have helped shape a stronger, more united, and more compassionate country.
Member for Langley East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise in the House today to congratulate the senior improv team at RE Mountain Secondary School in the Township of Langley for their win at the Canadian Improv Games Lower Mainland Regional Tournament. The students at RE Mountain worked so hard for this win, practicing during and after school and even through the weekends and holidays to beat out schools from across the mainland of British Columbia and win a spot at the national competition in Ottawa later this month. RE Mountain's secondary improv teams have an impressive record at provincial and national competitions, and I'm proud to have so many hardworking, creative, and funny students in my community. Opportunities like this for students to build valuable skills and have fun and represent their community and their province are only possible because of teachers like their coach, Mr. Sidhu, who has taught generations of improv students in Langley how to think on their feet, succeed under pressure, and work collaboratively. His commitment to the performing arts and to his students make our province a better place. Once again, congratulations to Jordan, Ellie, Rylan, Logan, Leanna, Elizabeth, and Agatha on your huge win. And thank you for being amazing representatives of Langley schools, and good luck at the Nationals. Could the House please join me in congratulating them?
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. March the 6th is World Lymphedema Day, and it is the perfect time to learn more about exactly what lymphedema is. Lymphedema is the buildup of fluid in the soft tissues of the body, causing uncomfortable swelling in the arms, legs, and other areas of the body. Cancer and its treatment are risk factors for developing lymphedema. It can also result from scar tissue that forms after surgery, radiation therapy, or an injury. While there is no cure for lymphedema, there are effective ways to manage it. Without it, patients are at an increased risk for complications and disability. An important part of managing the disease requires daily use of specialized and often expensive medical devices, such as compression garments, pumps, or custom wraps and bandages. Many people with lymphedema are unable to work to their former capacity or are on fixed incomes or have families that face financial hardship due to lymphedema. That is why the Prince George Lymphedema Garment Fund is so important. The inspiration for the campaign started with Janet Horning, an OT assistant at UHNBC in Prince George, recognizing the financial challenges that so many lymphedema patients face. I want to recognize the work done by Lila Reynolds, Paula Foley, Sandy Fouché, Nancy Marcellet, Sonia Redden, and others. These incredible people have worked tirelessly to raise awareness and, importantly, funds to create the Prince George Lymphedema Garment Fund. The fund is administered by Spirit of the North Healthcare Foundation and has already provided custom-fit compression garments to lymphedema patients in our community and beyond. My hope is that today, on World Lymphedema Day, we will recognize the BC Lymphedema Association for all that they do and take the time to learn more about lymphatic diseases, and most importantly, commit to providing the support that lymphedema patients in British Columbia need and deserve.
Member for Richmond South Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Last Saturday, March 2nd, 2024, I had the privilege of joining over 70 volunteers at Richmond Garden City Park to help remove invasive species Himalayan blackberry bush. This annual event, hosted by my office, was implemented in collaboration with the City of Richmond's Parks Department and the Garden City Conservation Society. Although invasive, blackberries offer certain benefits to our community and local environment. As a food source, many people enjoy an abundance of blackberries. Additionally, some ground nesting birds and small animals benefit from a thick and thorny canopy. Unfortunately, the blackberry bush poses a major threat to local plants. Blackberries can grow their canes up to 5 meters and pull down large trees. The dense canopy also blocks sunlight, which is much needed by low-growing plants. The proliferation, resilience, and aggressive growth pattern allow a blackberry to outcompete local plants. Unable to fully eradicate the blackberry bushes, volunteers and I were able to systematically clear a large area while keeping the spread of a blackberry bush under control. On March 23rd, volunteers and I will return to the same site and plant 700 trees to help create a micro-urban forest, also known as a Miyawaki forest. These minuscule forests are mighty, containing hundreds of plants, each striving to get its own share of rain and sun. Done the right way, the forest achieves mature height in about 20 years rather than 100 or more, because they grow up rather than out. All plants are local and evolve to live together. Plants chosen to form 4 structural layers: canopy, subcanopy, arborescence, trees, and shrubs. I want to thank all the volunteers for their contribution and dedication, Richmond Parks Department for providing equipment, support, and guidance, Garden City Conservation Society for the leadership and expertise, Linda Lee for her generous donation to help our society to purchase the plants. By working together, we can build a better Richmond for all to enjoy.
Member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Speaker. For decades in British Columbia, forest hydrologists have determined that clear-cutting has had little to no effect on flood frequency and magnitude. Studies have now confirmed that the removal of primary forest cover does in fact cause increases in flooding. Civil engineer Yunus Alila obtained his Bachelor of Science, Master's in Science, and PhD from the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department at the University of Ottawa. Prior to becoming a professor with the UBC Department of Forest Resource Management in 1996, he worked as a project engineer for the Greater Vancouver Regional District. Upon taking up his duties teaching forest hydrology and watershed management at UBC, Professor Alila immediately observed that forest hydrology research was using a unique approach, one that was not used or even taught in engineering and general hydrology. This approach piqued his curiosity and led to extensive research comparing the two approaches. For nearly 2 decades, Professor Alila, supported by other research scientists, conducted numerous comparative research studies. They reviewed decades of hydrological studies and found, without exception, that this unorthodox assessment design severely and consistently underestimated the impacts to flooding caused by the loss of the forest canopy. And alarmingly, these erroneous results have misguided forest policy since prior to adopting the clear-cut strategy in the mid-1960s. This research also concluded that it takes 80 years in the southern interior for a conifer tree to grow to a sufficient height to protect the forest floor from the sun's radiation causing the rapid snowmelt. It would take 100 years or more in the northern interior and higher elevations. This suggests that none of the 20 million hectares of clear cuts logged over the past 60 years have sufficiently recovered enough to reduce the threat of flooding. Forest hydrology must play a major role in designing the future for our forests.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the details emerging in the sexual assault of an 11-year-old Kelowna girl by convicted pedophile Taylor Duick are nothing short of horrific. This NDP government apparently thought that not only was it a good idea to give this pedophile free horseback riding lessons, they decided to book those lessons at a riding camp that was easily identifiable as a venue for children. A representative of Community Living BC, a government agency, drove this monster there, dropped him off, and waited in the car in the parking lot while he assaulted an 11-year-old child. At no point did anyone in this NDP government apparently think of disclosing that the person attending this facility was a pedophile with a history of violent sexual assaults. The Premier needs to take accountability for this latest catastrophic failure of his government. So my question to the Premier is this: who is going to be fired for this utterly despicable failure to keep our children safe?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This is completely outrageous. You know, you're a parent, you drop your kid off at a place they've been 100 times before. It would never cross your mind in a million years that there would be such a profound lack of judgment that somebody would put a repeat sexual offender, a pedophile, into that facility and sit in a car on the phone, not do the one job that was supposed to be done here. At every level, this was a massive failure of judgment. For CLBC to take on responsibility for someone with a criminal record like this, for them to subcontract that responsibility to an obviously negligent and incompetent subcontractor, for that person who had one job to do of make sure that this individual was not in contact with any children, to fail at that job, to decide that a horse barn was the right place to take this person. It is outrageous. I think about this family a lot because it could happen to any family that they could do this. This is why it's so important there be an investigation to identify the individuals who exercise this profound lack of judgment, to hold them accountable, and reassure families in British Columbia the government does not find this acceptable, that it is the absolute most unbelievable string of incompetent decision-making that one could even imagine, and that we will address it.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to move to another question, Mr. Speaker, but I would just say to the Premier that every time one of these horrific events happens, whether it's stabbings or in this case, a sexual assault of a young child, we hear all the right words, we just don't see the action. Now, as I move on to housing, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that as the Premier's reckless spending fuels inflation and pushes housing costs ever higher, there has been a 62% surge in the number of people unable to pay their mortgages here in British Columbia. Yet far from offering relief, this Premier keeps adding to the cost of housing and funneling taxpayer dollars into yet another BC housing boondoggle like the condo project he falsely promised would provide affordable homes for middle-class families. What was the outcome? Well, an audit has now revealed that wealthy investors, some owning multiple homes worth millions of dollars, reaped the benefits. One realtor allegedly alone made $53,000 in commissions off of these so-called affordable units. So question to the Premier, how many taxpayer dollars are going to be funneled to wealthy investors through the Premier's government-run housing scheme while more and more families fall behind in their mortgages?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The member is referring to a vivid, attainable housing project. The member, it's odd because it was set up under the BC Liberal government. The terms under which these properties were held was set up under their government. When I was housing minister, I was advised that the terms they had set up were inadequate, that people were taking advantage of the program. So I told BC Housing, go to court, hold these people accountable for what they're doing, and make sure that we fix the mistakes of the previous government on this. So I find it odd the member would stand up and talk about funneling money to investors when he and his party support removing the speculation and vacancy tax that only taxes you if you're holding homes vacant. He and his party have stood and voted against, again and again, restrictions on Airbnb. I look forward to see how they're going to vote on the flipping tax. They stand up for investors and speculators again and again, and unsurprisingly, the program that they set up was taken advantage of by, guess who? Speculators and investors.
Leader of the Official Opposition, second supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as is so often the case, it's not an issue of who started a program, it's the issue of who's mismanaging the program throughout their time in government. And isn't it ironic that it is this
Let's hear the question, please.
This Premier,
members,
this Premier who was the Minister responsible for BC Housing, and I remind the viewing audience, the Minister that the audit came forward, the performance audit that came forward that talked about a trail of a lack of paper trail for projects that were being undertaken, conflicts of interest. He had to fire the entire NDP appointed board, had to get rid of the president that was also mismanaging the organization, an organization riven by mismanagement and financial prolificacy, and no surprise, also mismanaging this program too. So good try, Premier, to try and suggest that someone else is responsible for your lack of oversight. The fact of the matter is he was housing minister responsible for that. Well, investors were getting rich off of this taxpayer scheme. Now, these wealthy investors, as we know, broke the rules. They were illegally renting out these taxpayer-funded units and using them as Airbnbs. Now, the Premier himself is no stranger from profiting from taxpayer-funded condos. He conveniently flipped his own condo as an Airbnb opportunity. It was marketed as an Airbnb opportunity, pocketing $150,000. And only after personally profiting did he later turn around and financially devastate legally operating short-term rental providers like those that are here in the gallery today. My question to the Premier, Mr. Speaker, is how does the Premier justify enriching himself and other wealthy investors with taxpayer dollars at the expense of hardworking British Columbians who pay their taxes and play by the rules?
Premier.
Honourable Speaker, I know it's embarrassing for the member to stand up and ask a question and then suddenly realize, oh my God, that was our program that we started. The member insists it's not about who spilled the milk, it's about who cleaned it up. I cleaned up mess after mess after mess these guys had. BC Housing, and this was just one more example. Now, British Columbians know who's on the side of speculators and investors. It's the party that is literally running ads saying we're going to get rid of the speculation and vacancy tax. We're going to get rid of the...
Leader of the Official Opposition.
So we'll see how they vote on the flipping tax. But again and again and again, they stand up for people buying up strata units instead of them being available for families to run them as hotels. They stand up for people leaving homes vacant instead of renting them out as a place to live. They stand against people dividing their single-family home into units that are actually affordable for British Columbians. Again and again and again, they fight against British Columbians looking for housing in order to defend people like the Leader of the Opposition, the speculator-in-chief.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Premier never lets the truth get in the way of a good story. BC United has said that they will actually be supporting legislation that will help to regulate Airbnbs. We have said that and we supported that. What we have said is there are people here today in the gallery who are operating short-term rentals who are being unfairly targeted by this NDP's Bill 35. People like Suzanne, a senior from North Vancouver. We need the income to survive. I can't believe that after 50 years of hard work, you're doing this to us in our retirement. You should be ashamed. I understand going after people with multiple properties, but punishing us for one extra property, unbelievable, unquote. BC United has proposed common sense amendments to rectify the NDP's half-baked legislation, which this NDP government has dismissed and voted against. So will the Premier listen to common sense and protect these legally operating tourist accommodations in communities like Parksville and Vernon and right across the province?
Members, before I recognize the Government House Leader, I just remind people, be careful in your wording when we ask the question and answer. House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Appreciate it. Honourable Speaker, there seems to be a theme emerging. Whenever we bring initiative forward, first the BC United Caucus, they support the initiative. Then the BC Conservatives start talking against it. The MLA for Parksville starts speaking against it. And then all of a sudden they realize, oh my gosh, there's an issue here that might be important for us. We might be able to get some votes, Honourable Speaker. Okay, this is the theme that's been over. So the member just said, we did support it. Oh, but until we heard from the other parties that this might not be a good idea, Honourable Speaker, there's no consistency in any position that they take. It changes all the time. It all depends, Honourable Speaker.
Members,
Honourable Speaker.
One at a time, please.
It all depends on two things, what the BC Conservatives say and then whoever's in the audience today, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we have been consistent. We will continue to prioritize housing available for people in our communities. We know there's people struggling for housing. We are doing every single thing we can to ensure housing is available for people in our communities.
West Vancouver Capilano supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is gobbledygook from the Minister of Housing and does not satisfy these people who are being hurt by this. After 7 years of the NDP promising life would be more affordable, nothing could be further from the truth, as housing has never been less affordable. Instead of looking in the mirror, this Premier looks for scapegoats. He's even attacked people like Melissa, a Vancouver renter who depends on income from a single short-term rental property to support her family, who says, quote, these are her words, quote, I have 2 small children, 1 and 4 years old, and thinking about our family's future makes me angry. You've completely uprooted our financial health and portrayed us as the bad guys, end quote. When will the Premier stop blaming middle-class families like Melissa's and call our common sense private member's bill for debate?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The member said it's gobbledygook. It is not. They, in fact, supported...
Members.
Honourable Speaker, this is a consistent theme. They supported short-term rental legislation. The BC Conservatives came against it. Now they're against it. This is a theme. This is a theme, Honourable Speaker. Surrey Police. Surrey Police.
Members, it's okay to hear the answer. It's okay. Be quiet also.
Honourable Speaker,
Please.
Similar with Surrey Police, similar with harm reduction. This is a theme we consistently see from the side. Honourable Speaker, people are struggling for housing in our community. We have communities with vacancy rates near 1%. Can't attract healthcare workers, can't attract teachers, can't attract the important services we need in our communities. We need to move more housing into the long-term market. I certainly hope that people will take the opportunity to provide long-term housing opportunities for people in our communities.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This week, the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis warned that, quote, Canadian LNG expansion does not make sense. Last month, U.S. President Joe Biden paused approvals for LNG export projects, citing a flooded market and climate concerns. Federal Minister Jonathan Wilkinson recently stated that LNG projects are risky investments. British Columbians are wary too. A new poll finds that public support for LNG is falling fast. Only 15% of British Columbians support this dirty fossil fuel industry. Despite all the red flags, this government continues to champion LNG exports. And since we're speaking of a lack of consistency today, my question is to the Premier, who 2 short years ago acknowledged that we can't keep adding fossil fuel infrastructure and expect to meet our climate targets. Will the Premier show leadership and pause any further approvals for LNG projects?
Minister of Energy and Mines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. You know, we're in a very different position than in the United States. There are more than 170 LNG facilities operating in the U.S. compared to 8 projects here in Canada. In BC, we have a new net zero industry policy that will require LNG facilities to be net zero by 2030 and any other new facility net zero by 2050. We also have a significant advantage in our transition to a clean energy economy, an economy we know we're moving towards and that this government firmly supports. We're going to be building a better future, a more robust, with more robust climate targets, and putting that emphasis on a clean energy transition, moving away from fossil fuels. Thank you.
Leader of third party supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I look forward to the future when historians will look back and recognize the term net zero is the most extraordinary kind of greenwashing. Doubling down on LNG means squandering BC's clean electricity, sending it at discounted rates to polluting fossil fuel projects rather than to the homes and businesses of British Columbians who, as a result of this, can fully expect to see their hydro rates go up. Investing in LNG means tax cuts for dirty fossil fuel industry while more financial burden lands on British Columbians. The case in point is a $500 million tax cuts for BC's largest industrial polluters hidden in this year's budget. The impact of climate change is all around us. 100 active fires are burning in the province right now. Snow levels are 40% below normal, and people are desperately concerned about the risks of wildfire and drought this summer. My question again is to the Premier. As the impacts of climate change become increasingly clear and costly, why is this government giving yet another tax break to the fossil fuel industry?
Minister of Energy and Mines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I appreciate the member raising the issue of the LNG industry and the transition to the clean economy. But I'm disappointed to hear misinformation in her question. And I know that she understands that LNG pays or will pay the same hydro rate as other industry. Mr. Speaker, from record flooding and wildfires that we've seen, we know we need to take action, and we know that people in communities are on the front line of climate change. We're going to continue to tackle these changes with a reaffirmation of this commitment in Budget 2024, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, $318 million to continue the grants and the rebates to help people make the switch to cleaner transportation, cleaner homes, healthier homes, building this transition to the lower carbon economy. Mr. Speaker, we're going to help British Columbians do exactly what they want to do, what they're asking us all to do, and we're going to do it with them. Thank you.
Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This NDP government is systematically destroying our forest sector. In my riding alone, BC timber sales, it's been almost 3 years and permits have not been issued on close to 2 million, between 1.5 and 2 million cubic meters of wood. This has led to a closure, so contributed to the closure in Fraser Lake. It's led to the curtailment in Vanderhoof. In Merritt, it's been almost 2 years now, and hardly any permits have gotten out the door. These are all permits for wood that has been damaged by wildfires, that's dying, that needs to be cut, that needs to be reforested. So, Mr. Speaker, when a community loses a mill, it's not just the workers that lose their pay, the being able to support their families, but it guts the community. And it leads, unfortunately, to poverty, alcoholism, crime, violence, and despair. Decent, hard-working British Columbians struggling and suffering, and they're losing their ability to pay their families. Workers, they just want to get to work. The question to the Premier, why is this government actively trying to destroy the forest sector, and why are they putting union and non-union jobs on the line?
Minister of Forests.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Forest curtailments are extremely difficult for workers and for communities. People in communities are facing low lumber prices and less available timber after the beetle kill and forest fires. A member opposite will recall that he chaired a committee that investigated the coming timber supply challenges in his region in 2012. Had his government followed the recommendations in that report, we'd be in a very different position, perhaps. But nonetheless, Fraser Lake, the closure of the mill there, the Ministry of Jobs has sent in their crisis response team, and they are working with the community. In addition, we have also, the Premier in his speech at Prince George to the Natural Resources Forum has identified fibre supply as a major challenge for the forest sector, and indeed appointed a new minister, the Minister of Sustainable Forest Resources, to investigate with his sole mission to increase available fibre to mills and to communities.
Leader of the Fourth Party, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 3 years without issuing permits on almost 2 million cubic meters of wood from BC timber sales. That is strictly on this government. Jeff Bromley from the United Steelworkers Wood Council says, and I quote, "Thousands of high-paying rural community supporting jobs are disappearing right before our eyes. It's time for our province to decide if it wants to have a vibrant forest sector that supports good-paying jobs, Indigenous people, and local economies," end quote. Mr. Speaker, the United Steelworkers couldn't be more clear. BC workers just want jobs. They want the dignity of being able to have a decent job and being able to support their families. And quite frankly, all we're seeing from this government is pro-drugs, pro-crime, anti-family, anti-worker. They're selling out the people of this province, quite frankly, in a vain attempt to get green votes in the Lower Mainland. Mr. Speaker, forestry is the backbone of British Columbia. It used to be the backbone of British Columbia. It still is the backbone in many, many communities across this province. So the question to the Premier is, why is this government so indifferent to the everyday hardworking people who just want to make a living and provide for their families?
Minister of Forests.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the member that the forest industry is the backbone of the economy of this province now, and it will be in the future. We wouldn't have the standard of living that we have in this province without the forest resources, the jobs, and the prosperity that it creates. Indeed, the forest products remain one of British Columbia's largest commodity exports, generating over $15.5 billion in exports in 2022, about 25% of total commodity exports. It's the only natural resource that, if managed well, can offer solutions in a climate-challenged world. So I agree with the member. I agree with Jeff Bromley that forestry is an important part of the future of the economy of British Columbia.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
This week, the Minister of Citizen Services defended the NDP's $10 FOI application fee. With a straight face, he said, and I quote, We are doing what we can, making sure the system works for people, end quote. Well, clearly, people must refer exclusively to the Premier and the NDP cabinet. The NDP have earned the title of Canada's most secretive government, and the Premier's office now boasts record-breaking FOI request delays, with responses taking over a year. So maybe the minister could enlighten us on how charging a $10 fee for the privilege of waiting over a year is doing what we can.
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The member raised FOI responses from the Premier's office. I can advise the member that we have eliminated the backlog of 117 files down to 1, and we're responding to requests at 98% on time this year. We'll keep working. 100% is what's expected. But I can advise the member that since they've not been in power, we've also discontinued the use of Post-it notes.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. No $10 a day daycare, but certainly $10 FOI fees by this government that continues to justify its title as the most secretive government in Canada. Maybe they're going to average FOI fees moving forward, Mr. Speaker. We've been asking repeatedly to know the true cost of FIFA because British Columbians actually deserve to know. The tourism minister won't give a number or say what the requirements are. In fact, the only thing clear is that the NDP has given FIFA a blank check. Seattle, in stark contrast, has actually published its FIFA contract. So a very straightforward question. What is the number, what is the dollar figure for FIFA today as things stand?
Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture.
Thank you to the opposition for the question. I'm really happy to stand up and talk about FIFA. It's going to be the greatest celebration this province has ever seen. Mr. Speaker, we got some great news a couple weeks ago. We're moving from 5 games to 7 matches, which is a really great piece of news for the amount of visitors we're going to have to see our province.
Members,
we are looking forward to releasing the numbers on FIFA. We've had some new information. We're working on that. We want to release sound numbers when we do. It's coming in the next few weeks. I know they're going to be very excited to receive those numbers. What we know, Mr. Speaker, is that this brings a huge opportunity to our province, and we expect British Columbia to be in a better place after FIFA leaves.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Well, it seems these days that NDP stands for the No Dancing Party. The Premier's NDP government has penalized Lula's Taverna on Commercial Drive with a $10,000 fine or a 1-week liquor license suspension for the crime of people dancing in a Greek restaurant. And Trocador on Main Street was shut down for the horrible crime of people dancing on New Year's Eve. This is under the same Premier who orchestrated a prohibition-style raid of Fett's Whiskey Kitchen in his first days as Attorney General, forcing them to close. So my question to the Premier is this. Can the Premier explain how the heck it makes sense for his NDP government to allow people to smoke meth, snort cocaine, shoot up with heroin in a restaurant, but God forbid, if there's dancing in that same restaurant, the NDP is going to hit you with fines and suspensions?
Here, here.
Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member. But I have to say he's being a little footloose with some of the facts, Honourable Speaker. And of course, that doesn't surprise me, Honourable Speaker, when you have an opposition that clearly is on its last tango in this House in terms of being the opposition, Honourable Speaker. Because time and time again, they seem to be more in tune with dancing to the two-stepping duo of the BC Conservative Party, Honourable Speaker. What I can tell, what I want to tell the honourable member is that I'm sure that he is aware, that he knows that there are two kinds of licenses in this province. One is a liquor primary license, the other is a food primary license. He will also know, Honourable Speaker, that one of the cases that he refers to, it was not shut down because of dancing, Honourable Speaker, but in fact because it was over capacity. That is something fire officials take seriously and liquor inspectors take seriously, Honourable Speaker. And I mention this because these rules are the same rules that were in place when that government sat on this side of the House, Honourable Speaker. Now, Honourable Speaker, I also know, Honourable Speaker, that when it comes to liquor laws, there have been changes, and we have been making those changes, Honourable Speaker. We have worked with the industry to put in terraces, the TESSAs, which they have wanted. We've been assisting the industry in ensuring their license is holding value for up to 10 years, and we will continue to do more, including the issue of dancing, Honourable Speaker, because at the end of the day, if people want to dance, they should be able to dance.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And based on that answer, it shows how seriously this government actually takes to the devastating consequences we are seeing to small business in BC today.
Hear, hear.
But let's talk about something else. Let's talk about $10 a day daycare. The Premier has broken a promise time and time again, and he deflects, opting to discuss averages instead. In not one, but two elections, the signature promise of this NDP government was universal $10 a day daycare. Not average, not winners and losers, universal $10 a day daycare. And what have they done? Well, we see over 10,000 fewer young children are in child care since 2019. Parents are now facing a lottery and a nightmare trying to get a spot. Parents grappling with the cost of living crises deserve a straight answer. When will this Premier actually fulfill the NDP's promise, 7-year, 2-election, broken promise of universal $10 per child daycare?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In our province, the parents of more than 13,000 children are already receiving $10 a day spaces. There are 35,000 children and their families receiving the affordable child care benefit. They're paying $10 a day. Now, the thing, though, that grates me a little bit about these questions is that the members pretend they care about or actually want $10 a day child care for British Columbians. Because in the 2017 campaign, they were actually asked about this. The member for Abbotsford West was asked if federal funding for childcare would change his position on $10 a day, opposing it. What was his answer to that? No. Still opposed. But what happened when the leader of the BCUP was in cabinet? There was a $14 a day childcare plan. And what did he do? He canceled it. And so if he ever gets on this side of the House, we know what he's going to do, Honourable Speaker. We know what he's going to do. He's going to, every single family that's benefiting from reduced child care rates, buckle up if he ever gets on this side of the House.
Members. Premier has the floor.
If they ever get on this side of the House, Honourable Speaker, they'll do the same thing they did last time, is they will cancel affordability for BC families just like they did last time.
The bell ends the question period. Minister of Finance, sorry. West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table a petition in the House of approximately 10,000 British Columbians representing the Property Rights BC group with a request to amend Bill 35, the Short-Term Rental Accommodations Act, to exclude legally operating short-term rental accommodations.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present the Public Service Benefit Plan Act annual report for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2023.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the main chamber, I call second reading on Bill 6, Supply Act. In the Legislature committee room, call Committee of Supply on Ministry of Attorney General. After that completes, I call Committee of Supply for the Ministry of Citizen Services. In the Birch committee room, I call Committee of Supply for Ministry, Tourism, Arts and Culture and Sport. After that completes, call the Committee of Supply for Ministry of Jobs, Economic Development and Innovation.
Committee chairs.
All right, members, let's draw this committee to order. We're here looking at committee stage for Bill 6, Supply Act Number 1, 2024. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to just introduce the staff with me today. I have Tiffany Ma, the Assistant Deputy Minister for Treasury Board, and Tu Tran, the Director of Fiscal Planning for Treasury Board, and look forward to the questions from the members opposite.
Clause 1. Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll only have a couple of questions. I mean, the Supply Act's fairly straightforward for its purpose of essentially keeping the doors of government operating while we keep moving through regular process. And as I said in my second reading comments, as a matter of the opposition obviously has big issues with the overall budget, but we're not taking big issues with the supply bill just to try to keep the doors of government running while we express our concerns around the overall budget. But I guess the question on Clause 1 for the Minister is it's 2/12. I seem to recall, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but I always thought it was 3/12, so 3 months out of the year, typically in the supply bill. And I notice it is in other clauses, but not on the first. I'm just wondering why that one was deemed to be only 2 of the 12 months.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So 312s was done for the last couple of years, but 212s is the standard, and we are continuing on with that.
Member.
Thank you. And of course, given it being an election year, and typically we have a fixed election date, but obviously because of the 2020 election that veered away from the fixed election and was a snap election, there's a lot of speculation out there around potential of a spring election. Does anything in Clause 1 get compromised if the government, in terms of the operations of the government, if there was a snap spring election as opposed to the scheduled election in October?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the Premier's made it pretty clear we're not having a snap election, and so the answer would be no.
Shall Clause 1 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 4 pass? So ordered. Shall the preamble pass? So ordered. Shall the title pass? So ordered. Finance Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete without amendment.
Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Minister. We will wait for the arrival of the Speaker.
Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Committee reports Bill 6 complete without amendment.
When shall the committee sit again, Minister?
Now, Honourable Speaker.
Members, question is, when shall the bill be read third time?
Now, Honourable Speaker.
Members, the question is third reading of Bill number 6, Supply Act number 1, 2024. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Oppose? Motion carried. Bill number 6, Supply Act number 1, 2024 has been read third time and has passed. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading on Bill 4, Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act.
Acting Government House Leader.
I call second reading a bill for Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act.
That's good. Thank you. Committee Chair.
When you're ready, Minister. Minister for Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the bill now be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to this important piece of legislation. I'm honoured as the Minister for Municipal Affairs to be tabling this bill in the House. Bill 4, the Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act, has 4 key goals, which I will speak to in more depth. It responds to the Municipal Finance Authority's request for additional time to prepare year-end reports and financial statements, thereby improving the quality and timeliness of reporting for the MFA. It modernizes the Union of British Columbia Municipalities Act, the UBCM Act, and it responds to the City of Vancouver's request for improvements to its administrative efficiencies with respect to dog licensing and its approval process for development permits. To achieve these goals, Bill 4 proposes to amendments to the Municipal Finance Authority Act, the Union of British Columbia Municipality Act, and the Vancouver Charter. The MFA is a corporation without share capital owned and operated by member local governments whose purpose is to provide financing and short-term investment opportunities for regional districts, municipalities, and institutions. Under the Municipal Finance Authority Act, the MFA Act, which governs the MFA is currently required to hold its first annual meeting of its trustee on or before March 31st. The amendments to the MFA Act will extend the deadline for the MFA's first annual meeting to May 15th from the current deadline of March 31st. In recent years, the MFA's reporting requirements have become more complex. The amendments to extend the deadline for presentation of these reports at the first annual meeting will allow staff adequate time to prepare year-end reports and financial statements required for the meeting. It will also bring reporting deadline in line with the deadline for local governments to finalize their audited financial statements. I am pleased to respond to the Union of British Columbia Municipalities' request for amendments to the Union of British Columbia Municipalities Act, the UBCM Act. The UBCM was established in 1905 to represent the common concerns of municipalities through BC. The UBCM Act establishes the UBCM as a statutory corporation and sets out the objects of the UBCM. Since then, the UBCM and the local government system in British Columbia have changed significantly, and the current membership of UBCM now also includes regional districts, member First Nations, and the Island Trust. The amendments in this bill will promote more inclusive language that currently reflects the current membership of UBCM. The current version of the UBCM Act also includes several outdated administrative provisions. It requires a resolution of the membership to cooperate with other organizations when, in practice, these decisions are currently made by the UBCM executives. Additionally, it states that the UBCM will certify its area associations, while in practice, the UBCM does not oversee the area associations. The amendment in this bill will update the UBCM Act to reflect the modern and efficient operations of the UBCM. There are several legislative cross-references in the UBCM Act, which provides UBCM with its administrative structures. In some instances, these cross-references are to repeal statutes such as the Company Act, which was replaced by the Business Corporation Act. The amendments in this bill will remove the references to repeal statutes and replace them with current legislation or new wording while maintaining the intent of the legislation. These amendments will improve the readability of the UBCM Act and bring it in line with current legislation. I am pleased to present proposed amendments to the Vancouver Charter, which will enable the City of Vancouver to expedite administrative processes with respect to dog licensing and landscaping. The proposed amendments will enable the City of Vancouver to delegate decisions about the suspension or revocation of dog licenses to staff. Currently, the Vancouver Charter requires that decisions to suspend or revoke dog license be made by Council. Staff are better positioned to make an informed and expeditious decision about whether to suspend or revoke a dog license. These amendments will allow animal control officers to decide whether to suspend or revoke a dog license, and the decision can be appealed to Vancouver's Chief License Inspector. Additionally, the proposed amendments will expand Vancouver's existing authority to provide Council with the ability to require landscaping provisions as a condition of a development permit. They will streamline the building and development approval process while also helping Vancouver in reaching its climate change adaptation objectives. It is anticipated that these amendments will improve the efficiency of Vancouver's approval processes for development permits and expedite its administrative process. Honourable Speaker, we have also been attentive to the requirements of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act as we develop this legislation. As a result, we have notified First Nations as follows. The proposed amendments to the UBCM Act will also reflect that First Nations, including modern treaty nations, are eligible to be members of the UBCM. All 9 member First Nations have been notified of this proposed legislation. Mr. Speaker, our government is listening to the needs and requests of local communities and our partners by improving administrative efficiencies, clarifying their authorities, and providing them with the tools they require to respond to their community's needs. The proposed amendments in Bill 4 are supported by the Municipal Finance Authority, the UBCM, and the City of Vancouver, where the amendments impact them specifically. With that, Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you and all the members of this House. I look forward to hearing from my colleagues in the continued debate today on the second reading of this bill.
Member for Penticton.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm pleased today and pleased to rise in this House to continue the debate on Bill 4. As mentioned by the Minister, the purpose of this bill is to give the Municipal Finance Authority more time to prepare its financial reports. It updates UBCM language to reflect its membership and require that the report to the Director and staff pay on the financials, and also to enable the City of Vancouver to require landscaping changes on development permits, as well as delegate the review of dog licenses and suspensions. Our BC United Party is in full support of modernizing the legislation. We especially support the including of First Nations and other local governments in the preamble to the UBCM Act. And this reflects the crucial role these governments play, as well as for the membership of UBCM. Mr. Speaker, while the bill is extensive, its changes are relatively straightforward, and we are ready to speed the process along so that it can become law. I would like to thank you, and through yourself to the Minister, to help on the expedition, if at all possible. The briefing notes that were presented during the discussion would be greatly appreciated, and that would help us facilitate a quick response to the bill. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Seeing no further speakers, I acknowledge the Minister to move the second reading.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank all the members, my opposition critic, for his remarks. I look forward to continued discussion and debate on Bill 4, and with that, Speaker, I move second reading.
Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Acting Government House Leader. Minister. To move us on to committee stage, I believe, is probably the desire.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be referred to a committee of the whole to be considered at the next meeting of the House after today.
Okay, thank you. Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call second reading Bill 5, Child, Family, Community Service Act, to the House, main House.
Thank you. Bill 5 has been called for second reading. Okay. We'll take a short recess to get the appropriate people here. But yes, we've called Bill 5, Child, Family and Community Service Amendment Act 2024. We'll be in recess for a short while. Thank you. All right, members, let's call this House back to order. Thank you for that short recess. We're here with Bill 5, Child, Family and Community Service Amendment Act 2024. I acknowledge the Minister for Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to be here today to speak to the amendments to the Child and Family Services Act. I think an important place to start with my remarks is with the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the calls to justice from the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. I was often reminded as Parliamentary Secretary for Gender Equity by the Ministerial Advisory Council for Indigenous Women that these are not just reports, but that the work that went into them was sacred. The very first of the calls to action demand change in the child welfare system to address the historic legacies and ongoing impacts of child welfare policies on Indigenous children, youth, families, and communities. The calls to justice also demand a recognition of self-determination and inherent jurisdiction over child welfare. And they call to transform current child welfare systems fundamentally so that Indigenous communities have control over the design and delivery of services for their families and children. Mr. Speaker, these calls and the work of the First Nations leadership and many Indigenous organizations and rights and title holders across the province have guided work across government and our ministry. And across government, we're committed to reconciliation, and child and family services is an absolutely essential and central space for this work. Because for far too long, Indigenous children and youth have been overrepresented in the child welfare system. And so I'm honored to be here, to be speaking to these bills and to these amendments as part of our work to meet Declaration Act Action Plan priorities. When passed into law, this bill will strengthen opportunities for the exercise of inherent Indigenous jurisdiction. These amendments give us the legal tools that we need to get out of the way of Indigenous jurisdiction. It allows us to dispense with notice when Indigenous law applies and to withdraw from court proceedings regarding a child. This will mean we can avoid unnecessary court and administrative delays in children returning home to their communities. These amendments also build on the landmark work of Bill 38. The other component of this package removes barriers to Indigenous jurisdiction through an amendment to broaden the definition of the term Indigenous child. This change enables Indigenous governing bodies not yet exercising jurisdiction to identify their children and become involved in the planning and coordination of their care. This amendment supports nations that are still building capacity towards full jurisdiction to maintain an active role in the care of children belonging to their communities. And it makes sure that nations can identify their own children and youth so that we can work together to support children and youth to stay connected to community and culture by, for example, sharing information and working together on care plans. These amendments are only possible because of First Nations communities and leadership that shared wisdom and advocacy and the collaboration that happened with Indigenous governing bodies, modern treaty nations, and Indigenous partners, including the First Nations Leadership Council, and other partners across BC who guided us and allowed us to continue to do this work better. I'm grateful as a new minister for their dedication to this work and for the opportunity to walk together in discussing these important issues. It's absolutely vital that every child in BC has the opportunity to thrive, to be safe, to belong, and to be connected to their community and culture. And when safety is a concern, it's essential that we do everything to find a solution that keeps kids connected to their culture and community. This work has gathered momentum since the province passed the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act in November 2019, and these amendments help move this work forward. The amendments in this legislation are also essential as work to balance important privacy rights while ensuring the ministry's ability to carry out children and family services can continue while respecting the privacy of individuals. In April 2023, the Court of Appeal determined sections of the Child, Family and Community Service Act required procedural safeguards to be added to respect the privacy of individuals, again, while meeting our ministry's critical needs to be able to access important information for child protection. Section 96 is vital to MCFD's ability to carry out our mandate and remains vital to collecting updated information when a child protection concerns has been rectified, leading to a child's safe return. The safeguards which are proposed in this package include defining personal health information, ensuring a standardized and in-writing approach through the use of a form, establishing the requirement to provide an after-the-fact notice to a person who is the subject of a request and letting them know that information has been obtained, as well as how to seek a review, and enabling an administrative review process. While not subject to the court decision, we are making amendments to Section 79.2 as well to introduce privacy safeguards for Indigenous families while continuing to be able to access necessary information and respect and uphold Indigenous law. Mr. Speaker, these amendments to the Child, Family and Community Services Act are vital to the continued work to uphold Indigenous jurisdiction over child welfare and ensure that MCFD and Indigenous authorities can continue to provide service while respecting privacy. I'd like to also thank the former minister for the work that she did in introducing important legislation and starting us on the path for these amendments. Again, I'm grateful for the time, wisdom, knowledge, and energy of everyone who contributed to these amendments and to the work that they'll enable. I look forward to the committee process and ask members of this House to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Kelowna, Lake Country. Oh, sorry. Minister.
I move second reading of Bill 5.
Thank you. Very important. Member for Kelowna, Lake Country.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the Minister and Government for introducing Bill 5. The official opposition has a few comments to make on second reading, but we'll make sure that we have a robust procedure done through committee stage as we go through each clause to make sure that it meets the needs of British Columbians, in particular those Indigenous and also children of British Columbia, to make sure that their information is safeguarded. Bill 5 I've seen many bills in this legislature of 15 years, and Bill 5 is, I must admit, one of the shortest ones, just 2 pages and just a few clauses, and including commencement, 7 clauses. But the scope, the impact of Bill 5, if it's not implemented properly, could have damaging effects on privacy issues for our children in the province of BC. So we have to make sure that we canvass every clause of Bill 5 very carefully, and my colleagues and I will do that when we get to the committee stage. Just as a recap, what the bill does is the government has amended the definition of Indigenous child to include Indigenous governing body or Indigenous authority. They've added a definition of personal health information, which includes oral, physical, or electronic form, or any other form which needs to be examined given the broad nature of the definition form, and also defines when and how only an Indigenous authority can access personal health information. One thing we discovered as we were doing research on the bill, Mr. Chair, is the definition of personal health information is different than contained in other bills. So we'll canvass that in committee stage to find out why the government has proposed a definition that's different than is already enshrined in legislation in other bills. It'd be nice to have consistency across government on definitions, but maybe they have a compelling case, so we'll look forward to hearing about that. And also to hear the opinion of the Privacy Commissioner on whether or not the bill meets the test of ensuring that the privacy of the children that are being included in this bill is being kept. We don't want to have unintended consequences, negative consequences, so look forward to hearing at committee stage what the Privacy Commissioner had to say when the government referred the bill to the Privacy Commissioner. That would be a good place to start. The bill ensures Indigenous governing bodies who wish to exercise their rights to look after their children must first plan, and that entails identifying their children currently in the child welfare system. This appears to be a positive step to further reconciliation, of course, that all members of this House support. We understand the addition of personal health information was in policy and practice, but the Court of Appeal has dedicated by April 2024 that the government must elevate practice and policy to legislation, given the sensitive nature of the information. So it's going to go from policy and practice into the legislation itself, again, as mandated by the court. In question, though, is the fact that it has been mandated by the courts and not fixed sooner. Why did it take the court to mandate this, and why wasn't it done before that? So we'll canvass that in the committee stage as well. Also to be canvassed is, do the amendments satisfy the court's need for, quote, adequate procedure safeguards, end quote. Are there any unintended consequences? And as I said before, what is the opinion of the Privacy Commissioner? So in the end, for second reading, that's all I really have to say, other than to ensure that all members of the House know that we are supportive of reconciliation, but also supportive of maintaining private information private where it needs to be, making sure only appropriate bodies have that information, and we'll canvass that quite extensively through committee stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Leader, House Leader, third party.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill 5, the Child and Family Community Service Amendment Act 2024. Just a couple of years ago, this bill is amending changes that were made just a couple of years ago, and I think it highlights the incredible power that that the Ministry of Children and Family Development has when it comes to children and families in this province. It highlights the reality that faces a parent who has a child that's whose ability to parent their child is in question. It often leads to full exposure of those people. And I think that as we see from the court case that resulted from the changes that were made back in 2022, the downstream impacts that has on people. Trust in government, trust in the healthcare system. And as we learned from the In Plain Sight report, specifically when it comes to Indigenous people accessing the child welfare system or accessing the healthcare system, and under the scrutiny of the child welfare system, and unfortunately Indigenous people are far more involved in the child welfare system than I think anybody in this province would like to see. The implications of government intruding too far has deep ramifications for whether or not a person will want to access health care. The implications of that for anybody who's worked in healthcare in First Nations communities is the realization that in fact we see many people not then accessing healthcare when they need it. And that has extremely detrimental impacts on their health and well-being. Of course, then that information could then be used to determine whether or not a parent is suitable to continue parenting their child. And so we see the absolute vicious cycle that these laws can and may create. And we hear from the parent who was unnamed but referenced in the decision from the Court of Appeal on Section 96(1) last year, that in fact their trust in government, their trust in the healthcare system, their trust in the information that they gave to their healthcare provider being kept private, a private matter between they and their healthcare provider, has been shaken. And the absolute tailspin that can and may create for people, may and can create for people, has very much detrimental impact. As we saw in the discussion in that decision, a change in this bill replacing the word necessary when it comes to information that the ministry is able to collect on somebody to information that's reasonably required. And we're very interested, I think, Mr. Speaker, about how the ministry intends on applying that. And I think it's important to acknowledge the tremendous amount of discussion that, I think, several pages of discussion about reasonableness. And when the decision is being made on how to apply that, it will be interesting to hear how the ministry is going to go about applying this new wording of reasonably required, and how reasonableness is going to be applied in this new instance once this bill has the support of this House. So we look forward to the debate on that. I think it's important to acknowledge that the tools that this ministry and that this act gives the people on the front lines who are often faced with astonishingly difficult decisions that they have to make, actions that are then resulting from the tools that we give are extremely detrimental to the health and well-being of children in this province, separated from their families, put into extremely isolated situations away from their families. And I know the ministry is working towards trying to place children more and more with their own family members. But the people that are on the front line making these assessments have an incredibly challenging job. And as we debate that job in this House, and as we often are faced with scrutinizing that work, it's usually void of the reality that those frontline workers have to face in these terrifying decisions, really, I imagine, for them. And so I did want to just pause here for a moment and just make comment on the job that we have here to make that work as easy as possible and as clear as possible. And that the work that we do in this House is thoughtful, and that we view it in an integrated and interconnected way. That the decisions, for example, to, as I pointed out, to access somebody's private health matters can have a spiraling effect on them and on their family and on the life chances of their children. And indeed, a decision that might be made on the fly, or, in that moment, can indeed have life-changing consequences and intergenerational consequences. The decision to apprehend a child, or the decision to access someone's health care, the decision can lead to a deterioration of trust in government that can then lead to intergenerational impacts, and I think that it's important that we acknowledge this. Finally, I applaud the government's work to transition jurisdiction of Indigenous child welfare to Indigenous communities and Indigenous agencies, to delegate those and to transfer that jurisdiction. And I'll just make this comment about it, Mr. Speaker, that what is being transitioned is the result of decades of a deliberate attempt to undermine the Indigenous families. As we go forward in this effort to transfer jurisdiction to Indigenous communities, we have to recognize that we're also transferring the detrimental work of this government to separate, to undermine language, to destroy family. So we're not handing a perfect situation. In fact, we're handing over a far from perfect situation. And so what my hope is that this ministry doesn't have it in their mind that what they're handing over now is the responsibility without the resources. That when child welfare jurisdiction is once again the responsibility of Indigenous parents and Indigenous communities, that the resources that would be there to support those families that have been impoverished because of the decisions that have been made by this ministry in the past, that generational, intergenerational poverty that is the result of tearing the family's fabric out from underneath them, that they can't now be volunteers. They must have an adequate amount of resources to deal with the intergenerational inheritance. So I just want to leave it at that, but I look forward to, as my colleague previously spoke, to looking at this bill in detail as we go through each of the clauses. Very short, indeed a very short bill, but we'll go through it and see if we can understand how the reasonableness test is going to be applied. And we look forward to supporting this government's efforts and Indigenous government's efforts in the transition of child welfare to our families and to our communities.
Member for Powell River Sunshine Coast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate this opportunity to speak in favor of this bill, obviously. One of the things that compelled me into politics 20 years ago was the state of child welfare in the province, and in particular the state of child welfare as it was being applied in Indigenous communities. I spent about 10 years as a director of an Indigenous child welfare agency and under two different governments, and I saw what happened in 2001 when the current opposition party became the governing party. And I saw the impact of that on Indigenous communities and Indigenous children, and I thought to myself that it's important that the voice of those who aren't represented, in part, I could be helpful in that regard. I've seen progress over the last number of years, progress that had been truncated by the previous government as the process for Indigenous communities to reclaim the authority that was taken over the administration of child welfare, which in a sense is how children and families are strengthened, how they are supported, and how they are ensuring the safety of their children. This has been a circular route to get here. Thank you. I think it's a good day when we see more legislative power empowering Indigenous communities to restore their authority that they had. The delegated system of child welfare was designed as a path towards Indigenous autonomy, the restoration of autonomy over child welfare. It consisted of Indigenous directors and directors of Indigenous organizations providing child welfare services, coming together and developing practice standards, developing operational standards, and establishing actually training programs for social workers working in Indigenous communities. That all came to a halt around 2002. The province engaged in these efforts to regionalize. They hired Deputy Minister Leslie Dutoit, whose perspective was not one that was shared by directors of Indigenous child welfare agencies, and it created a delay. We are where we are now belatedly. Many of the advances that were happening were slowed, only resulting in worse outcomes for communities and obviously for children. The restoration of autonomy is essential. The steps that we're taking sometimes seem burdensome and bureaucratic because governments don't always act fast, but this is an important step. This is a step that will improve the outcomes for families. And we just need to continue working on that. We need to continue to ensure that the results of the Human Rights Tribunal in Ottawa, which said that Indigenous children were not receiving the same supports as non-Indigenous children, the corrections made and the funding provided by the federal government, in addition to legislative changes, are steering this sector back in a good direction. I want to raise my hands to those who came before, who worked so hard, and we're talking about years and years and years ago. A group that was called the Indian Homemakers Society were strong women from community who insisted on restoring their authority, that their communities would have the ability to say what was best for their children. And subsequently, and in the years to follow, community members from across the province came together and actually just essentially forced government to recognize that this was an essential part of autonomy. And I think of those people as former colleagues and admire their strength and their persistence in pushing governments in the right direction. And I think this is pushing us further in that direction. So I'm happy to support this legislation. And with that, I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Member. Seeing no further comments, Minister, to close the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just in closing, I thank my colleagues for their initial thoughts, and I look forward to having the conversations in committee stage around privacy, around the importance of definitions, and around what these amendments, what this work means for children, families, and communities. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I move that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole House.
First, you've got to move the second reading, and then we'll get there.
I move second reading.
Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Minister.
Thank you. I move that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Thank you, Minister. Members have heard that question. Are all those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Minister. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call second reading Bill 7, Social Development Poverty Reduction Statutes Amendment Act in the main chamber.
Thank you. Minister for Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill 7, the Social Development and Poverty Reduction Statutes Amendment Act 2024, be read a second time. This bill has two major components. We are making changes to the income and disability assistance legislation and setting new poverty reduction targets so that we can better help people get out of tough times. I want to recognize my colleague, the MLA for Sunshine Coast, who started this work. And a year and a half later, I have the great honor of bringing it into this place. Very grateful to the members from my minister's office team. Our Social Development and Poverty Reduction Ministry have been working very hard on this work, and particularly the people around the province whose voices have informed this work, and I will talk more about them as I describe the legislation. In tough times and in all times, we know we are strongest when we look after one another. So we have been investing in people. Since 2017, we have helped over 250,000 people out of poverty through things like job training, childcare, increasing income assistance rates 5 times, increasing minimum wage 7 times. We exceeded our legislated poverty reduction targets. We reduced overall poverty by 45% and child poverty by more than 50%. We were on the right track. But global inflation and the terribly increased cost of living have been especially hard on people who are already struggling. So we are setting new and ambitious poverty reduction targets. The proposed legislative change to the Poverty Reduction Strategy Act of 2018 moves BC to 10-year targets and deepens them to reduce poverty by 60%, child poverty by 75%, and seniors poverty by 50%. Two things about this. One, setting a 10-year horizon for all the targets will keep government focused on systemic and generational change. Second, seniors' target is a new one. It wasn't in our 2019 poverty reduction strategy. We really have been hearing, even though seniors generally as a population haven't had as many troubles with poverty as other targeted populations in the 2019 poverty reduction strategy, seniors who are in poverty tend to be in deep poverty, and seniors in poverty are very vulnerable. We've been hearing, all of us in this chamber, stories of seniors' homelessness and increased food bank use, which have told us that we need to focus here. I met with David Kennedy, a senior from Nanaimo. He was here in the legislature yesterday, Tuesday. He told me that the current situation with the cost of food, housing, and other basic necessities can be a real challenge for seniors and can put them at particular risk. Our commitment to focus on seniors in our next poverty reduction strategy gives him hope and reassurance of better days ahead. And thank you, David, for sharing your very powerful story about making it through, getting connected with supports, getting connected with his federal pensions, being able to find affordable housing. Thank you to Belena's Affordable Housing Society in Nanaimo and the Nanaimo Family Life Association for navigating him through those supports. This is how these stories often go, with people coming together. We know that the impacts of global inflation have hit people hard, especially those caught in intergenerational poverty and Indigenous people and BIPOC communities. And that's why in this amendment, we are also refining and broadening the key populations impacted by poverty. We've identified key groups such as unattached singles who are at particular risk of poverty. These are the populations that, as minister, I must consider when writing the next poverty reduction strategy. We'll also continue to work with Indigenous partners to incorporate Indigenous wellness measures and actions into our work moving forward. We heard well that the StatsCan measurement of poverty across Canada does not reflect Indigenous experiences. For example, how you value the richness of the land or the impacts on when people are separated from the land. We've heard that, and we have a commitment to do this work together moving forward. Now, you'll remember that the old government had no plan to tackle poverty. Our province was the only one in Canada without a poverty reduction strategy under what used to be the BC Liberals, now BC United and BC Conservatives. When our government formed government, we made a plan and we made it into law. So, we exceeded the targets that we set, but people are hurting now, so we know we have to do more. And so over this past year, we've been working to renew that 2019 poverty reduction strategy in the face of new pressures on British Columbians. And over this past year, we heard from over 10,000 people across British Columbia, 70% of whom had lived experience with poverty. And their voices informed these new targets and the new poverty reduction strategy that will come out next month. Two things that they said really stood out for me. People told us that they feel better and they're better off when they have a job and the community connections that a job brings. And also the 2002 legislation that governs income assistance and disability assistance is a real barrier to both work and assistance. The old government's 2002 legislation was designed more to get people off welfare than it was to get them out of poverty. It reflected the BC UP's belief that there was something wrong with people who needed a so-called handout. It made life harder for people who were already struggling, and it made poverty worse. So we are making a different choice. This bill updates our foundational income and disability assistance legislation. That's the BC Employment Assistance Act and the Disability Assistant BCEA. Those are both designed, our reforms are designed to help people improve their lives, not punish them for falling short. We're making significant change to the employment requirements for people on income assistance to better support them in finding and keeping a job. I met yesterday with Michael Putlas, who was here in the gallery. I met him last year in Vancouver and was really inspired by his story. He talked very openly about how he had an acquired brain injury, how he struggled with substance use and isolation. He had real medical challenges as a little baby, but with the right supports at the right time, which included counseling, skills training, and employment, he was able to find a job as a janitor. He said employment supports helped him overcome intergenerational trauma. And the work that he does, that he's really good at, that he's really proud of, this is creating a good life for himself, it's creating income security, but he also really sees the contributions that he's making to community. He's a really proud Healthsuck man, his family's really proud of him, and he's really inspiring, and it's stories like that that we used to build this reform to our employment assistance, income assistance legislation. Like Mike, people say that they feel better and they're better off when they have a job. So we are reducing barriers for those who can work while continuing supports for those who cannot. So here's more detail on the most significant change that we propose. The 2002 rules operate on the assumption that everyone who seeks income assistance is ready and able to work if a job is available. But in reality, many people face real barriers to employability. They have complex needs and may need a lot of support before they are able to get a job and keep a job. So with today's proposed addition of what's called a client needs assessment and employability plan, it's built into the legislation, that will help those who have barriers. It'll give them options like training, completing a financial literacy program. It might be anger management counseling so that they can keep the job that they got. And for some people, it might be a start that is as small as committing to community service or volunteer work. That will be their commitment, and our expectation is, and the design is, that that then supports people on the continuum of work. We support them getting back into the workplace and move them along that continuum. So I've got a couple of examples with made-up names, but they are composites of people that have described their journey through income assistance, and it's stories like these that really informed the changes that we're making today. So here's one example, a person that I am calling Joe. Here's her situation. She has a learning disability, an undiagnosed mental health condition, and she applies for income assistance. So she's required to sign a templated employment plan, the same one that anybody in the province on income assistance would fill out. It obligates Joe to find and accept employment. There's no other option. If she doesn't sign the form, she's denied assistance. With the change that we're bringing today, Joe will be completing a client needs assessment with a worker who will create with her a tailored employment plan that will set Joe up with counseling and life skills training. So here's another example. Again, someone that I'm making up. I'm going to call him Ben. He gets a job, but he's someone that had a workplace injury. He has a history of relying on substances to deal with the pain associated with the workplace injury. He's had an interruption. He's in his 50s. So he gets a job, but then is fired for showing up intoxicated. In our existing system, here's the status quo, a worker and a supervisor decide that Ben was fired for just cause, quite fair, but a consequence must be applied. And in this case, with our status quo, he has cut off income assistance. And we can imagine, because we've seen this in our communities, him now both losing his job and losing income assistance is going to spiral him into a desperate place. Desperate people do desperate things. Not a helpful path. But once these changes are made in legislation, then Ben's story can change. In this scenario, with the employability plan that we're putting in place, the worker, so then we go back to Ben shows up at work intoxicated, he is fired, but in this new scenario, a worker reaches out to Ben and offers to update his needs assessment. He would then be referred, for example, to a vocational rehab program. Once he received the support that he needed in this better future universe, he would then be better able to get a new job, have that income stability, get an apartment. Well, two different paths for someone like Ben, and that hope and that possibility is what informs this legislative change. Now, just as right now, people who are ready to go into the workforce, they might be on income assistance for a short time, they will have a plan with employment obligations, just as they do right now. So it's very important to understand, if you are employable, there are no barriers to that, then you would have a plan with employment obligations. You'd be reporting monthly on your efforts to get a job, and that would certainly be strongly encouraged. In another area of reform, we're proposing to get rid of the mean-spirited financial penalties that too often push people deeper into poverty. We want to move away from penalizing people for making mistakes in a system that can be very difficult to navigate. We'll do this by eliminating fines for people who have incurred an overpayment due to misreporting their income. Repayment will still be required, and severe consequences remain for those who commit fraud. But for those who just make a mistake on the paperwork, repaying the overpayment is enough of a penalty. We're also introducing a more graduated system of financial penalties for people who don't follow their employment plans. Now, I've heard a concern through the media from the leader of the third party that changes in this bill would confer more power to the minister and put additional burdens on income assistance recipients. Now, I just want to be really clear, we all want people to have the supports that they need. The changes in question reduce barriers for recipients of income assistance. Once implemented, people receiving assistance will have a reduced burden, not an additional one. Minister is, and always has been in the legislation, the statutory authority under our Income Assistance Acts. But since it's not practical, of course, for any minister to administer assistance to over 200,000 people, the legislation in the past and now allows ministry staff to do that work. The amendment in this bill removes some of the minister's current powers. Nothing increases my powers here. Nothing in the bill would make me want to deny or give me the power to deny assistance. That's just not something we would ever want to have happen. Finally, another area of change, and I'm just almost finished here, is that our government made a commitment when it passed the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act to bring our legislation into alignment with UNDRIP. These amendments do that to all 3 pieces of legislation, and we look forward to working with nations going forward to make that real for their governments. In conclusion, we are building a system that acknowledges barriers, that works to reduce them, a system that supports people toward employment and ensures people get the help that they need to get out of poverty. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Peace River North.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to add the official opposition's response to Bill 7. The bill sets a 10-year target to reduce child poverty and poverty as a whole in British Columbia, which is obviously something that we can support, and I think everybody in this House does support that. By attempting to reduce barriers for people receiving income assistance or disability assistance by setting a new target. Bill 7 also looks at reducing seniors' poverty. Again, all things that we certainly, everybody strives for in this House. These are noble goals, Honourable Speaker, and no one in British Columbia should be living in poverty. Yet this bill comes in light of a disturbing report from First Call Child and Youth Advocacy Society that shows an unfortunate upward rise in the child poverty rate here in British Columbia. 1 in 7 children in BC now live in poverty. That's over 120,000 kids. The rate for the 67 First Nations that were in this study is a staggering 31%, which is double the national average. For kids who live in single-family households, the rate is, again, 40%. According to First Call, this government has overseen the first annual increase in child poverty since the financial crisis in 2008. Today, there's equivalent to 10,000 additional children living in poverty than then. This tragic explosion of poverty isn't limited to children, though. BC has the second highest poverty rate in the country and the highest seniors poverty rate in Canada. In fact, over this past number of months, I've had the pleasure to tour a number of food banks in different communities across British Columbia, all 4 corners, literally all 4 corners of this province. And the number 1 growing demographic of food banks is seniors, followed by single parent families. So clearly, again, whatever this government has been doing for the last 7 years has not been working. So 7 years is a long time for the government to be making significant impacts. But like so many other pieces of legislation that we've seen come through this building, it's the results that we're not seeing. Despite this government running record-setting deficits, an unbelievable debt, we are still seeing people suffering. In fact, if you, shortly after the budget was released, numerous poverty and social organizations across the province were quick to get onto social media and say how disappointed that they were in this government, that out of $8 billion deficit, there was no money to support them. More people are homeless. More people are struggling to put food on the table. More people are dealing with the daily reality of poverty. We cannot turn a blind eye to the harsh reality that still persists today. More importantly, we cannot turn a blind eye to the results that the government is getting. While we can, of course, support the goal of reducing poverty, BC United Caucus has some significant questions about the functionality of the bill itself and how it is going to be enacted to indeed benefit British Columbians. And we do look forward to moving this bill into committee stage so we can dive into those questions. First, this bill introduces key concepts like a client needs assessment or employability plan without clear definitions to what these terms mean, leaving substantial interpretation to the minister's discretion. The bill concentrates decision-making authority within the minister's office, effectively making the minister's decisions regarding the client needs assessments and the stated employability plan final, with no opportunity to appeal or review. And it's right at the, it is, you know, and the actual bill says a decision of the minister in respect of any of the following matter is final and conclusive and not open to review by court on any ground or appeal in the bill. Secondly, the bill's potential to increase government bureaucracy is particularly concerning with individuals with disabilities, a group that often faces significant challenges navigating our already red tape burdened system, support system. In fact, I know the minister herself has met with many of these groups that myself and others have met with out on the front lawn, different disability groups. It's one of the biggest things that they talk about is their inability to navigate the system that is already in place right now to get the supports that they need. And we just have to look at pretty much any piece of legislation that this government has brought forward in the last 7 years to recognize that they love bureaucracy, they love red tape. This bill is supposed to be something that reduces barriers. But when you put a bunch of gatekeepers in the way of stuff, that does anything but reduce those barriers. And at a first go-through, a first and second go-through of the bill, it looks like there's a lot of gatekeepers that are going to be presented. A lot of bureaucracy is going to be presented. More things for people that are already struggling just to get through the day that they're going to be required to navigate through now. Further, we do not know how the government plans to accomplish the targets that they have set now. The 10-year poverty reduction plan, which fits into a significant piece of this legislation and the plan to move forward, which we are now in second reading and wrapping up today, moving to committee stage probably early next week, and finishing up without even seeing the plan because it's not released for another month. Again, we just have to look at other pieces of legislation to see that this is how this government operates. Trust us. Just trust us. We'll get you the information. Just trust us. Well, not only the opposition, but the people of British Columbia should be seeing the entire piece of the legislation, what it looks like moving forward, including the 10-year poverty plan, before we dive into a debate, before we're wrapping up this bill. And we're not seeing that, and that's unfortunate. Certainly, there will be a lot of canvassing during committee stage on that. We are committed with engaging with nonprofits, charities, development centers to hear the views of this legislation. This bill was introduced in this place yesterday afternoon. Here we are the next day, already in second reading. Makes it very difficult to do proper outreach and talk to these different organizations about how a piece of legislation that is 100% going to impact them in some way, that we don't get that opportunity. So we definitely do look forward to scrutinizing this bill in committee stage, seeing what that looks like. We certainly want to acknowledge, that this acknowledges the Indigenous rights and involvement. But I go back to the goals of all of us in this House, which is to remove those barriers, to support our vulnerable population. A person-centered focus. And what we've seen, certainly over the last 7 years, and what we are seeing now today, certainly isn't that. It's just adding more layers of red tape and bureaucracy on top of something that is already near impossible for many of our vulnerable population to stick-handle their way through right now. This just complicates the issue more. And again, we have heard from some people that are very concerned, met with some folks yesterday afternoon and today, that have real concerns with this bill. When we add on the affordability crisis that is already impacting British Columbians, rates that have not changed, nothing in the budget, still people are upset from the $300 clawback that was done by this government a few years ago, that has not been restored, that pretty much every single advocate group, including the opposition, has been calling for that to be restored, has not happened. When you talk about an $8 billion deficit that this government is running, that's a drop in the bucket. And as we go through our budget estimates in all the other ministries, it'll be really interesting to see where this $8 billion really is and how much it really will help people. But I'll tell you, the people that do need help are the people in this bill. People that are on facing poverty, people that are on disability. Just want to make sure I got everything, Madam Speaker. So again, I'm not very optimistic that this bill will make a significant impact. My gut feeling, first read through it, tells me that folks are going to have even more challenges to receive the benefits that they so much need. So with that, Madam Speaker, I do look forward to debating this bill in committee stage. And with that, I'll take my place. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the leader of the third party.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill 7, the Social Development and Poverty Reduction Statutes Amendment Act. I appreciate the comments from my colleague from the official opposition. And I share many of the concerns that he's raised. And I think it's important for the record to just identify some of the things that are in this act. So these amendments repeal the act as it is and replace sections with new language. But just to kind of give a flavor of the language of Social Development and Poverty Reduction Act, I'll just read a little bit of this into the record, Madam Speaker. So Section 9 is repealed of the Act, and the following is substituted. Client Needs Assessment and Employability Plan. 9.1. Each recipient in a family unit must, when required to do so by the minister, participate to the minister's satisfaction in the completion of a client needs assessment and enter into an employability plan with the minister. 2, the minister may, in an employability plan, specify conditions with which a recipient must comply. 3, a dependent youth may request that the minister complete a client needs assessment for the youth. 4, if the minister completes a client needs assessment at the request of a dependent youth under subsection 3, the youth may request that the minister enter into an employability plan with the youth. And 5, the minister may at any time amend, suspend, or cancel an employability plan. So that's the language of the legislation of these amendments. I go back to the work that was done under the Confidence and Supply Agreement, the Basic Income Panel review, and the report that they put out in 2020. And I had the benefit of attending a couple of their full-day sessions where they invited experts, advocates, people with lived experience to come and inform the work that they were doing on that panel. And over and over and over again, the input and the report really reflects this. I keep going back to this report, is that the system for income assistance, the system for assistance for people with disabilities is incredibly complex, incredibly difficult for people to navigate. And I've got a document, I know I won't hold it up because I know the rule about props, but I could describe what looks like a very, very complicated color wheel that shows over 120 support programs that are available to people on income assistance and disability, but the literally dozens of agencies by which people need to navigate to access those supports, the dozen of federal and dozen of provincial ministries that are the direct access points. And it's no wonder when I look at this or when I consider what the system as it's displayed in this chart, and again, I recommend that people go to the Basic Income Report from 2020 to look at this. It's no wonder that we find out that a huge number of people don't even get the supports that they're entitled to. They don't even know that they exist. And then that the onus and the burden keeps coming back to the individual. Well, you didn't apply for it. Well, you didn't fill out this form. Well, you didn't come back and refill out this form. And for people with disabilities, or for people who are struggling with poverty, people who have had bad experiences with government, with institutions, with those services that are meant to help them, this is an incredible onus and burden on them. And the message is really, if you can't navigate this, then you're just not going to really get access to the supports that you should rightly have. So that's number one. Number two, when I look at the language again at this bill, we continue to use these language around, employability plans and specific conditions that people have to comply with, compliance and meeting the requirements. And the interesting thing is, when you look at the language here, the person that has agency is the minister. And as we understand the system to be, the powers of that minister delegated to people working in this ministry around the province. That power is to, at any time, it says right in the legislation, at any time may amend, suspend, or cancel. So now imagine you're in an agreement and you're accessing benefits, but you exist with this knowledge that, oh, at any time this could be amended, suspended, or canceled. And I hear the former minister say, no different from now. And I ask, then what purpose is a social democratic government? Where's the 2016 NDP, Madam Speaker, who would have been saying exactly what I'm saying right now? Who would have been saying it's not good enough that people are living so far below the poverty line that there's not a chance that they're going to get out of that trap. Not a chance. But instead, it's like, no, this is fine. We'll just carry on. 70,000 children in this province living in poverty, which means the parents of those 70,000 children also living in poverty. People on disability living deeply below the poverty line. It's not, this isn't good enough. We are in a province and a country with an enormous amount of wealth. We have billionaires, 7 of them, last count. Maybe we have more now. Centimillionaires, many of whom think that BC is a great place to be. I wonder if that's because we have the lowest income tax rate for the highest earners in Canada. So across Canada, the highest income tax rate, $150,000 in income. In BC, we are the champions of taxing the wealthiest the least. We're also the champions of ensuring that disability rates are so far below the poverty line that people are absolutely having to depend on food banks and on additional supports just to survive. But let's have another part of this conversation. Because I met with Disability Without Poverty this morning. Really great advocacy group. They do really data-based knowledge gathering. They come out with reports. They advocate on behalf of people with disabilities. Some really interesting data in here. 16.5% of people with a disability live in poverty in this country. 27% of people in Canada have a disability. When you start to add these numbers up, 8 million people in our country with a disability, and 16.5% of them live in poverty. That's over 1.5 million people in Canada. And of those who live in poverty, 41%, close to half, are disabled. There is a very direct connection between disability and poverty. And then we have fascinating things like, if you're a disabled person and you happen to fall in love with another person and get married, you're going to see a clawback of your supports. In 2024, in Canada, we have governments who think it's okay to determine whether a person with disabilities should experience clawbacks if they want to enter into a relationship with somebody else. I started a PhD a long time ago. You'll note I said started, Madam Speaker. I have a master's degree in medieval history, but I was very fascinated, I still am, with Tudor England, the England of the Henry VIII, Henry VII, Henry Tudor, Henry VIII, we all know about him, and Elizabeth I. There was a huge transition happening in England over this period, the early modern period it's called. And one of the transitions, and this is what I was going to do my research on, and maybe I'll go back to it one day, was the way in which England as a country navigated the transition from Catholicism to the Anglican Church. And we all know, to some degree, the story of this. Henry wanted a divorce. And then we got a new church, because the Catholic Church would not grant him a divorce. But in the theological shift that happened from Catholicism to the Anglican, which was more of a Protestant sect, was this challenge around the idea of charity. So in the Middle Ages, in the Catholic Church, charity was one of the most important virtues. And it kind of imbued the institution. And the monasteries were a very important conduit for charitable work, for ensuring that there was the kind of supports to people who were poor in any region. But also individually, there was this whole theological idea around charity being a very important aspect for how you kind of ensure eternal salvation. Anglican Church rejected this notion of charity and said that charity wasn't a form of work, of spiritual work, that would actually result in you making it into heaven or not. Because predestination in the Anglican Church really says your soul is kind of determined when you're born. And that brought in this whole idea that your material aspect was somehow a reflection of your internal, of your soul. And this resulted in the first kind of very significant shift into how poverty was looked at an institutional level, from a government perspective. Whereas poverty was seen prior to the shift from the Catholic Church to the Anglican in the UK, poverty was seen as a way in which people did good work. They engaged in charitable work. In the 17th century, we saw the first introduction under Elizabeth of the poor laws, the Elizabethan poor laws. And this started to create this idea of what do we do with poor people? And it created this idea of, well, they should get to work, right? We should make them work. We can't just have people being poor, not doing anything. And then there was a distinction made between worthy poor people, people who had disabilities, and the less worthy poor people, people who should just pull up their socks and get to work. And for that, there were workhouses that were created. And the fascinating thing about these workhouses is it was determined that the people who were working in those workhouses should be paid significantly less than somebody who's working out in the wider society. So this institution of this idea that if you're poor, one, we've got to make you work. Two, your work is going to be valued less. Here in BC, single people working in this province, single people who are working, 22% of them live below the poverty line. We are still replicating the conditions of 17th century England in that people are trapped in poverty. People are expected to work for less than a living wage, and in doing so, lose the benefits that come with all of these supports that are available to people on income assistance. Or, if they're on income assistance, you're expected to enter into an employability plan with a minister, and if you're not meeting the conditions of that employability plan, guess what? The minister can cancel or suspend that plan at any time. So, what does this do for people? Does it create agency, dignity, certainty, stability, the ability to dream, to take risks, to do things? No. It's a trap. So instead, if we looked at how do we create supports for people who are disabled or supports for people in poverty that gives them dignity, agency, certainty, predictability, the ability to take risks, the ability to take chances, the ability to dream, the ability to meet their full potential. Well, you could, for example, and this is what we proposed in 2020, you could say, okay, you as an individual, you qualify for income assistance. And instead of you coming back every month and checking in and having to expose everything about everything in your life and being kind of watched over and put under this experience of like, nobody trusts me, right? We're not working from a place of trust in these systems, that's for sure. Instead, imagine if we said, okay, for 12 months, no questions asked, we're going to provide you with income assistance. No questions asked. A year from now, let's check back in. But for 12 months, we're going to give you certainty. We're going to give you predictability. We're going to give you the supports that allow you to dream or take risks or consider starting a small business or consider getting some education. All of these things that all of us know. We've all had the benefit of this. But you can't do those things unless you have that foundational piece of, I can predict what my income is going to be 3, 6, 9 months from now. But if you don't have that, you exist in a state of perpetual uncertainty. And what's it like to exist in a state of perpetual uncertainty? None of us know that, at least not for the last little while. We've got pretty good certainty. We know the checks are going to be deposited in our bank account every 2 weeks. We know that our expenses are going to be covered. We know that we're going to eat well, right? We know that we have health benefits, all sorts of benefits. And fascinatingly, our salaries are tied to cost of living increases, except for sometimes we decide to forego those. Mostly, we can actually count on that predictability. But people on disability assistance, people on income assistance, nope. Not even that basic level of, we're not going to tie these to cost of living increases. So as cost of living goes up, and we talk about that in here all the time, and boy, we're really going in there for the over 85,000 in income folks. We're really going to do some good work for them, housing. But if you are living already below the poverty line on income assistance or disability assistance, no cost of living increase for you. Is it any wonder that we are seeing a deepening of poverty, that we are seeing people who are moving from being housed to being homeless? We have unchecked market forces, particularly when it comes to housing, and yet checks on everything a person does if they're collecting disability or income assistance. Boy, oh boy, do we keep a close eye. We monitor everything. I think we can do better than replicating 1601 Elizabethan poor laws. I really do. I think we can take the guidance of the experts that we asked to do a job for us, who told us, you want to alleviate some of the deepest poverty in this province? Here's 3 things you can do right now. Number 1, a basic income for youth aging out of care. Why? They don't have the support systems that most of us get to have. When we grow up, when our kids grow up, they know they've got a support system. They've got a family support system. They've got a social network. They've got a community support system. Those kids have a safety net. But kids aging out of care, no safety net. So number 1, a basic income for kids aging out of care. Number 2, a basic income for women fleeing domestic violence, so that the decision to remove yourself and your children from a situation where your life is at risk or their lives are at risk, and we've seen the data, we have a femicide problem in this country. The decision to leave risky situations like that is not hindered by, am I going to be able to feed and clothe my children? Are we going to have a place to live? Because right now, way too many women are staying in incredibly dangerous situations because they won't have that certainty and security of having a place to live and being able to feed and clothe their children. So that's number 2. And number 3 recommendation from the Basic Income Task Force that we asked, please give us a report, give us guidance, expert guidance, 2 years of work they put into it. Number 3 was a basic income for people with disabilities. Not taking away the other existing supports in all of these cases, but just insisting that for youth aging out of care, women fleeing domestic violence, and people with disabilities, we just say as a society, guess what? We are not going to expect you to live below the poverty line. Then we can start counting in real numbers. How many people are we lifting out? How many people no longer live in poverty? And then, what do they get to start contributing? Because this is what we're all losing. And this is really important to understand. All of us lose when people are trapped in poverty. I did a quick search earlier today. Just people with disabilities who have made contributions that all of us benefit from. Stephen Hawking. Nobody told Stephen Hawking, sorry, you're going to just have to live below the poverty line while you figure out the nature of the universe. But had Stephen Hawking been told, sorry, you're going to have to just live below the poverty line, I don't think he would have figured out the nature of the universe if he didn't know where his next meal was going to come from, or whether he had a place to live, or whether his benefits would be clawed back if he got married to the woman he loved. Frida Kahlo, Helen Keller, Franklin Roosevelt, Stevie Wonder, Michael J. Fox, Andrea Bocelli, Marley Martin, Christopher Reeve, Beethoven. When we create the conditions in which people with disabilities are trapped in poverty, we all lose. All of us. And so legislation that, I don't know, changes some language and says, we're gonna change our targets. I was thinking about this, Madam Speaker. This government treats poverty targets, poverty reduction targets, the same way it treats emissions reductions targets. Just keep throwing numbers out there. Nobody's going to notice that we're going in the wrong direction. Oh, but 2019. Oh, yeah, okay. But 2019. We're in 2024. We have tens of thousands of people in this province who don't have a place to live, who are living in tents under tarps and being treated with contempt, I'm sorry to say, by members of this Legislative Assembly, spoken about with utter contempt. Nobody wakes up and says, you know what my goal is? My goal is one day to be homeless. Nobody wakes up and decides that. It's not a matter of pulling up your socks. If the only pair of socks you've ever had are this big and full of holes, good luck pulling them up. We need to reframe how we treat poverty and disability. And we can. We always have the choice. But where we are right now is a matter of policy decisions. Policy decisions have gotten us here. And policy decisions will either keep us here or they will move us somewhere else. But what I see in this legislation and what I see from this government is we're pretty good with the policy decisions that got us here. And you know where I see that the most, Madam Speaker? I often say this. The government tells you what it values by how it spends its money. Let's look at the plan this government has for social development and poverty reduction. Temporary assistance, updated forecasting for this year, $57,913,000. Next year, $53,400,000. Year after that, $52,700,000. 26, 27, $52,700,000. So either we're solving poverty and people aren't going to need temporary assistance, which I don't think is the case, or we're budgeting to provide less to people when they need assistance. What about disability assistance? Right now, updated forecast for 23-24, $122 million. 24-25, $125.7. 25-26, $127.3. 26-27, $127.3. So to people with disabilities out there, if you're anticipating a significant increase in how this government plans to support you, you need to look at the budget. It's right there. It's not coming. If only they were a fossil fuel company, tax credits. Left, right, and it's Christmas. It's Christmas for fossil fuel companies around here. And the tax credit giveaway marathon that we're in. So, yeah, I would say pretty disappointed. One other thing that we could do in my last minute is to look at countries that are starting to measure well-being. Not GDP, and not, I don't know what we measure, all these targets. We talk about targets, and then it's like, no, don't talk about those targets anymore. New Zealand, Scotland, Iceland have brought in well-being budgets, and they report out on those measures every year. That's one way that we can hold ourselves accountable as a government and as a society. Is the money that we're spending actually achieving better well-being for more people, for those 70,000 children living in poverty right now? I would hope that that's something that we'd all want to be doing, and I'm waiting to see evidence of that from this government. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Pell River, Sunshine Coast.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to stand in support of Bill 7, making some changes to 3 acts and clarifying some language and setting new targets for a poverty reduction strategy. And I've had the benefit and pleasure of being in this chamber, in this House, since 2005. In opposition for 12 years, and during those 12 years, I have to just say, trying to get government to listen to arguments that support the need for a poverty reduction strategy fell on unreceptive ears. The community, members of the legislature from the opposition at the time, public interest groups, social support networks, all said that if we are truly interested in addressing the issue of poverty in British Columbia, we need to have a strategy, a plan, and not just any strategy or any plan, but a plan that has targets, a plan that has timelines, and a plan that is ultimately measurable in order for not just policymakers, but for the public to be able to ascertain whether or not the targets were being achieved. And I remember talking about it in the chamber in the mid-2000s, being told in various ways, as my colleagues were, those who were there at the time, that the best poverty reduction strategy is a job. Not considering the fact that there are so many children living in poverty, or there were a number, obviously, thousands of people who were unable to obtain employment. That was their simplistic response to what is obviously a complicated issue. Those arguments that we made repeatedly from the opposition, from 2005 on, from the time that I was here, and I remember it being spoken about, there was nothing, no response to the urgent need that people in our communities were feeling. But I would just point out that in 2005, that was not far removed from 2002. And it's important, we're not going back quite to the Middle Ages here, as my colleague across the way wanted to do. Just 2002, as far as back as it's about as far as back as I remember. And I would say that the actions taken by a government, some of who are still here in opposition, of course, but including the leader of the opposition who was here in the 2000s, we saw policy changes around the issue of child poverty and poverty in general that were draconian, that were punitive, mean-spirited, counterproductive, harsh, and ultimately negatively impacting on British Columbians. Let me just remind this House that in 2002, the then Liberal government, now called the United, not only cut welfare rates, social assistance rates for people, cutting them for single people, for seniors. They not only cut rates, they closed down dozens of offices that were in place in order to provide services directly to clients. They closed something like, I have the number, I'll say dozens because that could be a lot and it could be 3 dozen, at least 3 dozen offices. They cut the social assistance ministry budget by 30%. Let's not forget. Let's not forget. And when the opposition says angrily that we don't know what they're going to do, we shouldn't presume we know what they're going to do. They didn't tell us in 2001 that they would cut social assistance in that huge way. They never said anything. Their platform included nothing about cutting social assistance. They cut the ministry budget by 30%. They reduced the workforce of the ministry by 30%. And they reduced rates for single parents, for seniors, for families. They reduced the rates. I remember this. I was a financial assistance worker with the ministry. When my first job in the public sector, I was assessing as a 20-year-old, assessing eligibility of clients who came to the office. And I'd have a form with carbon paper in it, like 3 triplicate form, and I'd fill out names and address, and I'd ask about their assets. I'd ask about the last time they had a job. I'd ask about what their plans were. It's all very invasive, of course, it is. There are ways of reducing that, and I think that the ministry has become less harsh since then. It's not the ministry of no anymore. But at the time, there were plans put in place for people who sought assistance from the province in order to get past some challenges, to assist them in their daily cost of living, and to essentially try and provide the needs of these individuals who had no other source of income. It was the social safety net for people living in poverty. It was the social safety net that British Columbians had evolved in British Columbia. In 2002, the cuts that came into place sent us backwards in this province. And you know, we all know, and I think I mentioned it in 2007 or 8, that the cost of poverty and the cost of doing nothing about poverty will come in the years to come. We will see the impacts of not addressing poverty in the years to come. And I'll take nothing away from anyone who says we need to do more. I will absolutely agree. I will say, have a voice, make that voice heard. We all want to see poverty reduced. We all want to see ways that we can balance the various needs of the province, but ensuring that those who need support from government get it. I'm never satisfied. I don't think anyone in this chamber should be satisfied when we say we've made some improvements. There are always going to be improvements, and I appreciate people putting out ideas on how things can be better achieved. One of the things that I think helps is when people need income, that we increase the income assistance rates. But let's not just forget that the Liberals, now united, the Liberals brought in cuts to social assistance rates. They cut emergency, crisis grants. They cut the senior supplement. They cut the clothing allowances. I mentioned the crisis grants. Those can't be seen in any other way than mean-spirited. So when the people on this side formed government in 2017, one of the first actions they took was to increase income assistance rates. It was something that everybody in the sector was asking for. We increased the social assistance rates after they had been frozen. The government that cut the social assistance rates barely increased them at all and then froze them for a decade. Minimum wage didn't go up, child care subsidies didn't go up, food bank supports didn't go up, and they froze income assistance rates. Is that not going to have an impact on those living near the poverty line and their children and their families? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. We didn't just increase the rates once, we've increased them numerous times. And we did that because we need the rates to increase. And I think we still need to see rates increased. But we have taken major steps, and we are continuing to take major steps, because we implemented a child reduction strategy, and we enshrined it in legislation. The strategy with targets and timelines. That is, in my opinion, progress. And if we can say that we're reducing the number of people living in poverty, it's a good thing, but it's not accomplishing the goal. The goal is to get everybody out of poverty. And we are striving towards people not living. No, it's not. According to the member from Saanich North and the Islands, it's not the goal to get everyone out of poverty. But I say it is the goal. And I think that we need to continue to work towards that goal. And I'm sure that the member is going to have an opportunity to stand up and speak for himself on this subject. It's an important subject, and it may arise passions in people. It's a subject close to my heart. I've seen the impact of poverty. I've seen what it does. And I know the cost of poverty on our communities, on the quality of life of everyone in our communities. I see good-hearted people making efforts in their own ways to have an impact on poverty and to reduce the impacts that poverty has on people. I know that when children go to school hungry, their capacity for learning is impacted, but it's also a reflection of the challenges their family may have. And so to embrace the child and support the child in the school by providing food and nutrition, that's good, but it would be better if all families in this province had everything they needed to ensure the child was fed. We know, in fact, and the member previous to me did talk about the correlation between disability and poverty, and there is, in fact, a need to ensure that our policies address the challenges that people living with disabilities face. And I would just say that there are ways, and we have improved the system. We've improved the rates have increased. The earning exemptions have increased. The crisis grants have increased. The supports for children returning to school have increased. And you know, it's not going to be enough until we've eliminated poverty. And if there are other ways to do that, if in fact the study on basic income came back saying that it would be cost effective and successful, we would have had a different approach with that. But as it turns out, the system that we have in place has many elements of the guarantee, the basic income guarantees. I would say that we can't stop working towards the goal of reducing poverty. We can't stop, and we can't be thwarted by this idea that it's impossible, because we're trying and we're finding ways to increase, to provide the necessary supports that people can find their strength and achieve what they, the best of their ability. And in the case of work, in the case of helping social assistance recipients in their work, I think we had a system whereby people on social assistance, if they were considered eligible to work, they would be expected to fill out a form describing their efforts, having it signed by various prospective employers, and they would show that to their financial assistance worker, now called employment assistance worker. But it wouldn't take into consideration the potential barriers or challenges, life circumstances, health circumstances that that individual would have. They would be told, you're considered employable, you need to do a work plan, end of story. And I'd say, well, there are circumstances that make that particularly difficult for some people. And there may, in fact, be some people who will not be likely to enter the workforce in a full-time way. To add flexibility to the system, to allow people to work part-time when their health and sense of self is such that they feel confident to do that, that'll be encouraged. It'll be encouraged because they're entitled to keep more money while we continue to provide as a province the supports at the same level that they would receive if they weren't working. We allow them to keep that extra. It's important. It's not necessarily an incentive, it's just a recognition that it's challenging to live in poverty. And by providing what we call earning exemptions and by increasing them, we give more opportunities for people to enter the workforce. And if that's the direction they want to go, we don't want to be an impediment to that. I think the changes that we're seeing reduce those impediments. Do they completely eliminate the impediments? No, they reduce the impediments. And so when a client goes and visits their assigned ministry employee, that employee will be capable of ascertaining what would be in the best interest of this client, what would be in the best interest of this person, their family. And they'll be able to tailor what are the mutual expectations of that relationship. Eligibility criteria and reporting criteria, you know, the system has been updated in such a way that the monthly reporting is not somebody coming to your house and knocking on your door and checking your bank book. It's a statement saying, my circumstances haven't changed. I continue to benefit from the assistance provided, and that would continue. Accessing programs that the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction provides, accessing those programs has been characterized by some as incredibly onerous. And the member across clearly has an opinion about that, which I invite him to express when his time comes. But they say it's incredibly onerous, and it may, in fact, for some, be challenging. That's why the minister before me, and when I was the minister, and now the current minister, say we find that to be problematic, and we accept and understand that we could be more compassionate and helpful in certain ways. And that's why we've introduced the position of a community integration specialist. These are workers who previously would be in their office and using their computers and ascertaining eligibility based on their meetings. They go into the community. They go to the parks. They go to the community centers. They go to where people are who may need access to programs. We have numerous stories of individuals who are not in receipt of any supports being approached by community integration specialists who have particular skills. And when the person receiving nothing realizes that they are in fact eligible and they'll be given assistance in acquiring those supports, it's a good thing. And we've had, they're heartwarming stories about people thinking that they were unable to access any supports. And when they found out they were, their life improved. Their quality of life improved. And obviously, when their quality of life improves, those around them see their quality of life improved. Now, I have friends who receive disability assistance. I have friends who receive social assistance. And I know that it's not the preferred source of income because it is for all the reasons. And to have employment would be something that they would maybe aspire to. We want to make it easier, and we want to provide better supports for those who want to continue on their personal journey that may include finding employment, volunteering in the community, becoming more, perhaps going out more in public and participating in various recreational community activities. We want to make sure that that's possible. And I think the flexibility that's been introduced in this legislation, I think the flexibility, it may not seem like a lot to some members, but I think the flexibility and the discretion that's being supported in this legislation will ultimately benefit those who we serve. And I would say as well, Mr. Speaker, that when we talk about poverty reduction, it's not just about social development, poverty reduction ministry, providing income supports. It's a broader, all of government approach. It's about the supports that we put in to the education system to ensure children are supported there. It's about the supports we provide for families to access childcare. It's the supports that we have for individuals to secure housing. We know we are living in a time where we're challenged with the circumstances we face, and we've gone through a period of pandemic. We've experienced a toxic drug supply that has devastated families and communities. We've come together as British Columbians to face these challenges, and we haven't defeated them. We haven't won. We haven't, the work is not over, obviously, and I just would suggest that measures that we're taking, even if they're characterized as incremental, are important. They are working in the right direction. We're not closed to other opinions about how things could be achieved. In fact, I know that the minister welcomes suggestions. I think that what we need to do is continue to focus on finding ways to support community. And by supporting community, we support families and individuals. And I would just say, as a caution, that we've seen governments in the past do things that would shocked us and unexpectedly shocked us. When we talk about the need for reducing, for example, reducing our capacity to provide services, those services will be cut. If we do things that result in governments making decisions about spending, we know that those with the least of the voice are the ones who suffer. We've seen it before. We've seen it in 2021. 2001. We've seen it in 2008. We saw it in 2015. And it was only in 2017 that the issue of poverty was even had begun to be addressed. And we continue to address it. And I'm glad that we do, because I continue to believe that the investments that we make now will benefit us in the future, because we've seen the lack of investment result in some of the situations that we see now. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to support Bill 7, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Member. House Leader, Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill 7. I think it's important to just acknowledge that this is not, despite what the member from Powell River Sunshine Coast described this bill as, this government's goal is clearly not poverty elimination. And otherwise, the name of the ministry that's responsible for it would indicate that. It is the goal of the reduction of poverty. And so my response to a member who stands and suggests that the goal is something other than actually what is articulated by the ministry and that is actually supported by the efforts that are taken, clearly not efforts to eliminate poverty. They are efforts to reduce, however modestly, reduce poverty. I in no way suggested that that should not be the goal. In fact, yesterday in the media, I said the cost of living, just the cost to be alive, is really having dramatic impacts on people, particularly on Indigenous people. We're not talking nearly enough about the quality of life. The provincial government is not setting targets to create a greater quality of life for people. They're simply setting these targets to manage the truly unaffordable cost of living. This government should be setting the goal in order to create an equitable society, and that includes poverty elimination, not poverty reduction. And see, that was the promise. My colleague previously mentioned the 2016 NDP, mentioned it a couple of times, and that's because that's an NDP that I and we had some experience with. Because we sat in those rooms at that time in which the people of British Columbia returned here a balanced house with 3 Greens sitting in between. And the promise of the BC NDP was not to be modestly better than the BC Liberals. That was not the promise. It wasn't even close to the promise. In fact, we heard, and the people sitting at those tables negotiating with us pled with us and told us that they would do much, much better than the crew that the members on the government side of the House now, the comfort of being in those seats for 7 years now, continue to compare themselves to a government almost a generation ago. For the first 3 years of this government's time in office, we heard about making life more affordable. Everything had the tagline of making life more affordable, making life more affordable. We must have heard it. You go back and take a look at it. We must have heard that a million times, making life more affordable. That's gone from the rhetoric now, post-2020. No more conversation about making life more affordable. And so it's a little challenging, frankly, to hear a government that's been in power now for 7 years that has had the opportunity to actually put in place policy that could move us. If the goal was to get us to elimination, then we wouldn't be seeing 10-year targets that get us to not eliminating poverty. Partway there. That's even the 10-year goal. As my colleague mentioned before, the budget doesn't indicate over the next 3 years poverty elimination, Mr. Speaker. It indicates less money being invested. Slight and modest increases for people with disabilities, but other than that, it shows a decrease in the amount that this ministry is going to get in order to actually deal with the reduction, or if this is the way that the government wants to paint it, the elimination of poverty. So the goal is not for this government to do that. Otherwise, we'd be happy to see the letterhead change and the mandate of this minister change. We'd love to see the 10-year targets change to indicate that that is the goal, is elimination. And if it's going to take 20 years to do it, then let's set those targets. But it's rich for this government to come in and suggest, and to have members stand up here and suggest that the poverty reduction plan is also a poverty elimination plan when it's far from that. The member also mentioned the accessibility, the member who spoke before me. I had an incredibly ill constituent, incredibly ill. Doctors were working to try to find the source of the illness. Locked at home, trying to navigate a healthcare system that was basically breaking apart underneath them. You know what that constituent was met with? That constituent was met with the most intrusive response from government, needing access to bank accounts to monitor the amount of money that was going in and out, and supports that were far less than what it cost of them to live. So when the member stands here and pretends like somehow this government has become less intrusive, the fact of the matter is the intense pressure that was placed on that constituent added a level of stress at a time when their illness was already high. I will not sit here and listen to this government pretend, create an illusion that somehow the accessibility is being improved. As my colleague points out, the wheel of pain basically for people as they're trying to navigate programs and services and understand all of the programs and services that should be there to support them. Standing in here and creating an illusion that somehow it's improving. People in the depths of an illness that they have no idea what it is, already fearful for their lives, handing over their bank accounts so that somebody in a ministry, one of the people that the ministers delegated their power to, can monitor their bank accounts to ensure that they're not cheating and lying and deceiving the government. That's the system that we have. Desperate people having to prove themselves to a government that they really are incredibly sick. You know, it's important that as we hear this government compare themselves to the clearly awful policies that came in the 2000s from the former government, that this BC NDP government should not be judged based on how modestly better they were than those terrible decisions. They need to be judged based on their own actions. And the promise of a social democratic government to actually support people. Do not monitor them. Watch over them. Create these mazes of bureaucracy for people who are already in an incredibly challenging situation to navigate, to prove themselves, to prove their worth. That's not the promise. I sat and I watched and I listened to the BC NDP members when they were on this side of the House. That wasn't the promise. That wasn't the information that I used when I sat there in those negotiations that got this government to this position that they're in now with their comfortable majority. Far cry from where the questions that they were asking and the demands that they were making of the government before them. So as we see this government bring forward these modest changes and actually bring them forward as if they're making a remarkable and substantive impact. I grew up watching and seeing what intergenerational poverty does. I saw it firsthand. And as my colleague said, as my colleague mentioned, with respect to the basic income report that came in. The basic income report didn't say make a basic income for everybody. But it did say make a basic income for 3 specific groups. And this government has failed to deliver on those areas. And there's tragic consequences of those decisions. Children leaving care, absolutely no resources. Women fleeing abusive relationships. The reality of that is not supporting those folks. If those women have children, we know what the likely outcome for those kids are going to be, right? A call to the Ministry of Children and Family Development. That's what that's going to be. Because those women might not have the resources to support their kids. So what other options are left for us? We must call them. We must get them in a better position. And then they'll become the kids that are leaving care. People with a disability. It did say create a basic income for those demographics and those groups. A government that is truly on the path to the elimination of poverty would have done that. Not a government that's looking at the cost effectiveness of basic income overall, but a government that is looking at the elimination of poverty would have looked at these demographics and would have taken the recommendations and would have implemented them. But we know that this government does the reports, it does the investigation, and then ignores them. There's a bunch of us in here that have made recommendations to this government only to watch them fritter time away and not listen to them. I've seen what the impact of institutionalized poverty has. It's devastating. I've seen what happens when people don't have housing. It's horrifying. I've seen what happens when we don't look at these situations with a systems mindset, understanding that the lack of support in the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction usually ends up in an increased caseload for the Ministry of Children and Family Development, feeding into the next generation of the spiral downward. The trap, as my colleague talked about it. I went to a family event. Well, actually, I'm going to say this. 13% poverty, child poverty in British Columbia. 31% in First Nations. 13% child poverty in British Columbia. First Nations, 31%. And we wonder why those statistics are so much higher in all of the other times that those families and those children interface with this government, right? Interfacing with the Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General. Interfacing with the Attorney General's ministry. Interfacing with the Ministry of Children and Family Development. Interfacing with the Ministry of Education, interfacing with the Ministry of Health, all of the statistics dramatically worse for Indigenous people. And if we're not going to, as a government, do everything we can to provide First Nations the revenues that they need, the source of revenue that they need without the government watchers holding and controlling them either, we're not going to get that poverty rate up. And we're not going to address it. That's the trap. We can see the trap in our own communities. It's terrifying, it's horrifying, it's intergenerational, it's incredibly sad. And we have good people in our communities that are fighting to make it better, and yet, what do we have? We have a government that continues to hold on to all the revenues, not providing the opportunities that a government, we call them Indigenous governing bodies. We don't treat them like governing bodies, do we? We don't give them the revenues that they need, access to the revenues that they need. We collect a ton of revenue from their territories, put it in general revenue, property transfer taxes, natural resource taxes. We collect billions and billions of dollars from Indigenous peoples, Indigenous territories right across this province, and yet 31% child poverty in First Nations. More than double the child poverty rate everywhere else in our province. We can't go back 10 years and say, oh, that's a result of 10 years ago. That's not a result of just, the former BC Liberals, big bad BC Liberals, they probably had a lot to do with that. But what about the BC NDP government of the 1990s? What about them? What did they do? If we want to turn this into sort of, we're just better than they are modestly. It doesn't help this conversation at all to just continue to knock the ball back and forth. Especially when the same kind of governing decisions are being produced. We're not talking about structural change. We're not providing the actual resources to deal with that, the 31% child poverty. We're not actually doing that in this House. We could barely even have a conversation in here about the land question without it turning into an absolute nightmare. The access that people have to the programs and services to help them actually out of poverty are a complex maze. So when we take a look at this bill and we see the targets that are set, fine. We're setting new targets. We're not addressing the actual supports that people need in order to be in a better position tomorrow. The budget paints that picture for us clearly. We have people with a disability in this province living $10,000 or more below the poverty line. And yet what we hear is, well, we increased the rates. Sure, okay. If that's what you need is for me to celebrate you increasing the rates, great, excellent, thank you so much. Except the problem is people are still $10,000 below the poverty line when the basic income report said people with a disability should get a basic income, not a modest increase. And the government didn't want to do a basic income for everybody, but it was very specific. So I actually lament the fact that the party that was sitting at the table with us promising to make remarkable change is now sitting alone over in government with the majority. consigning themselves to it being okay to defend modest change. Change far from good enough for people living $10,000 below the poverty line. That's the supports that we're offering. And when I was at the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's March in the downtown east side a few weeks back, one thing came very clear to me. The number of our seniors that are living in the downtown east side is shameful. We know the supports for seniors, the SAFER program, far below. Seniors can't retire. So, because they can't afford to retire. So is modest enough from a government that frames itself as a social democratic government? No, it's not good enough. Is it something? Yes, it's something. But it's far from good enough. HCM.
Thank you, Member. Member for Surrey Panorama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure today to rise and speak on the legislation that is before us, Social Development and Poverty Reduction Statutes Amendments Act 2024. Like my other colleagues in this House, I think every one of us would that's what I want to believe, that every one of us would want to see the elimination of poverty, including child poverty, and we would want to make sure that we are lifting people up. And Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud of the minister, current minister, and the previous minister for having worked on these amendments to make sure that we carry on the gargantuan work we started way back when we decided to develop a poverty reduction plan. And Mr. Speaker, that may not seem like a big thing, but I'm a teacher and I know that if you are teaching students or if you're tackling an issue, you need to have a plan, but you also need to have targets. And a government of a previous ilk that sits in opposition now did not have a poverty reduction plan. And as a matter of fact, some of the steps they took were exactly the opposite. When the rest of the country was dealing with reducing child poverty, BC had the highest child poverty rate in Canada. One of the richest provinces in Canada having the highest child poverty rate. And you know, Mr. Speaker, and it was a different government, and so I'm so happy to be in government and sitting on this side of the House. It was a different government back in 2002, when a government that brought in legislation to cut people off welfare. That was not going to get them out of poverty. Just because you reduce the supports, reduce what they need, does not mean that poverty disappears. Yes, you get to say fewer people are now on social assistance. Really, Mr. Speaker? It reminds me of what happened in education with the so-called red tape around special needs kids. When the designations were taken away, so many kids who needed critical supports, suddenly they didn't qualify anymore. And in many ways, this legislation in 2002 did exactly the same. It reflected on the opposition, which was then in government, their belief that something was wrong with helping people up. With helping people up. They really wanted to push people down. And I'm so proud to be part of a government, and the budget reflects that, a budget that knows that during good times and during tough times. We are better off as a society when we lift each other up, when we support each other. There is a very old saying, Mr. Speaker, that you judge a society by how well it looks after its kids, its sick, its elderly, and those that cannot afford to look after themselves. And I can say categorically that a government of a different ilk, back in 2002, had a failing grade on every one of those. And I'm so proud of the work that has been done by this government since 2017, starting with a poverty reduction plan, lifting social assistance rates, which had not been lifted for a long, long time, addressing minimum wage. We went through an era where we had a training wage and a minimum wage that hardly moved. I don't think it moved at all for a while. And really, all of those things drove more and more people below the poverty line. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to say things are perfect. They are far from perfect. As I always say, lots done, lots more to do. And we're going to carry on doing that. When minimum wage was raised, it makes a difference to those people who are now getting a decent wage. It's not perfect because cost of living has gone up after COVID. We have seen internationally, it's not unique to Canada, the result of inflation and what it's doing to people, not only who are below poverty line, but working people in that middle income range as well. Everybody has been impacted. But you know, Mr. Speaker, who gets impacted the most? Are those who live below the poverty line. They know what it's like when they go grocery shopping and they've got to walk past the fruit aisle and the vegetable aisle. And they're going to look for products that will be cheaper, that will stay within their budget. Also, we know that in the 2000 decade, the lineups at the food banks grew tremendously. And I can tell you today, they are not short either. But without the measures taken by this government, they would be far longer today. When I visit food banks, I'm always heartbroken when I see families with children, I see seniors, I see people from cross-section of different communities. I see people who are really well-dressed and I see people who are not so well-dressed. But all of them are there because they need food. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I heard from the previous speaker a lot of concern around the child poverty rate and how different it is between the child poverty rate and the rate amongst Aboriginal children. That rate has improved. Is it good enough? Absolutely not. But I can remember when that rate was at over 50%. I can even remember when it was closer to 60%. It's now not in an acceptable range, but we are moving in the right direction. And to me, Mr. Speaker, as a teacher and as a mother, always want things done immediately. But we know that when we're bringing about systemic change, it takes time. It takes time to change the systems. But it takes time for us to invest in growing the economy, which this budget does, but at the same time making sure we are investing in people as well. So that's why I'm so pleased to see that we made some progress. More than a little progress. I think we should all be really think about this positively. We didn't just move the dial a little bit. The dial's been moved a fair bit. It still has a long way to go, but we moved it. But for those children and those families that fall within the numbers that exist today, it's painful for them. And yes, I heard my colleagues say that there are some requirements that they have to meet, looking for jobs, getting some training, but all of that has been made available. And I'm so glad, and I've talked to many people in my constituency who tell me that the job training that they accessed through the various programs made a huge difference to their lives. It allowed them to be lifted up, and they rose and they are being lifted out of poverty. And you know something we always forget, childcare. One of the biggest social programs brought in by this government is a move towards $10 a day universal childcare. And we have made great progress in that area. Lots more to do. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I can remember when I had my children, what a struggle it was to find childcare. And I've talked to families ever since I was elected who tell me how expensive childcare is. So not only are there a great number of people with kids in the $10 a day childcare, some are paying less based on their income. We forget that. Some are paying a lot less, and some are not paying at all, and they're getting that coverage. And you know, Mr. Speaker, other parents are telling me that if it was not for the childcare subsidy that they receive, one of the parents would not be able to go to work, and they would actually end up living in poverty. They would not be able to do the kind of things that they want to do with their families. But you know, Mr. Speaker, since 2017, over 250,000 people have been lifted out of poverty. And that's happened through job training, childcare, and increasing income assistance rates 5 times, and minimum wage 7 times. I don't often throw out a lot of data, but I am going to use this number. This government exceeded the legislated poverty reduction targets. Actually exceeded them. We reduced overall poverty by 45% and child poverty by more than 50%. I wish it had been 100%, right? Every one of us sitting on this side of the House wishes we had been able to do that, but we know that to bring about change and systemic change takes time. And now there are new targets being set. Not only did we exceed, we are setting new targets, and they are ambitious. And I salute the minister for having set such ambitious targets, because once you set a target, you not only aim for it, but you aim to exceed it. And that is what I'm counting on, based on the fact that this government has taken a cross-government approach to tackling a serious issue like poverty. Because we all know that those who live in poverty, if they are left there, the cost to the system is much, much higher. Costs in education, costs in healthcare, costs in policing, you name it, they are there. So the new targets are to reduce poverty by a further 60%. Remember, we've already exceeded, and now it's to reduce. And to reduce child poverty by another 75%. I'm hoping we can get to a much higher number than that, Minister. And senior poverty by 50%. So for me, I am so delighted that we haven't just said we're going to make improvements. We have actually set targets because when you set targets, you reach them. Just to use a simple example, I used to tell myself I was going to walk every day. You know what, Mr. Speaker? Sometimes I did, sometimes I didn't. Sometimes I walked for 10 minutes and I thought I had done more than enough. And other times I thought, you know what, I've done half an hour. And the odd day I would do a lot more. And then I got challenged by one of my kids to do 5 kilometers a day. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't easy, let me tell you. But you know, I'm a bit competitive when it comes to that kind of thing. But I managed to live up to the challenge that my daughter set out. And it's because she set out that challenge, now if I don't walk that distance, I think something is wrong. In a similar way, we have concrete targets that the minister and all ministries across government are going to work on to make sure that we achieve them. And I mean every ministry, even the Jobs and Innovation Ministry will be working on this because as they're growing the economy, growing good paying jobs, it allows us to tackle these social issues. So everything is integrated. It's not that things are in little cubicles all by themselves. And we know, Mr. Speaker, as we hear, and I'm sure my colleagues are as well, as we hear more and more from seniors, they are really feeling the pinch with the increase in costs of groceries, of heating their homes, of general cost of living inflation that has been out of control. So I was really pleased to see that in the target set this time, that they are specific targets we're going to meet to address child poverty. Senior poverty. Child poverty, absolutely yes. You know, many people will say, why are we doing this? Why don't these people just go out and get a job? I hear that in my constituency from some people. And I can remember talking to one gentleman who could not understand why the social assistance rates had been increased again. So I asked him, how much are they? He didn't really know. All he knew was that we had increased them. And when I told him how much they were, and then I asked him, the last time he was out with his group of friends, how much did they spend on dinner? And once he responded, I said, you spent more money on one dinner with your friends than this individual gets for the whole month. It's not that once you receive social assistance, you think you've hit a special vault in the Bank of Canada. When you look at the price of people have to pay for rent and the price of food, it is very hard to survive on that. And that's one of the reasons I'm glad that we do have a target. We do have a target to get more people out of poverty. We absolutely have to, Mr. Speaker, and that has to be done for the sake of all of us. All of us. Society loses its stability once you have more people who cannot make ends meet. Because people get desperate. They get their backs to a corner. And besides all of that, Mr. Speaker, that's not who we are as British Columbians. As we grow our economy, as we invest in projects, as we build infrastructure that grows good-paying jobs, we make sure we set targets there to make sure that those who are in the disadvantaged groups are getting a lift up there as well. As we're doing all of that and growing the economy, we must take a percentage of that and make sure we lift those who are living below the poverty line and make sure that the assistance that's available allows them to live a life of dignity. You know, our seniors built our country, built our province. And many of them had very, very hard times after World War II and even during World War II. And they really struggled. But they worked damned hard to build this province and this country. And as they go into their retirement, as some people like to say golden years, as they go into retirement, surely we must all realize that they need to have a life that they can live and enjoy their retirement, a life of dignity, where they're not looking for handouts, but where they are supported and lifted up so they can live with the dignity that they deserve. Every person deserves that, Mr. Speaker. And that is why it is so important to start looking at seniors and how impacted they are by this international inflation and how much they can actually purchase. And often when people talk about those who are on social assistance or disability assistance, people have images that these people are getting loads of money just handed to them. But we know that is not so. We know that is not so. But Mr. Speaker, as a society, not only, I would say I want to be part of a society where we are not looking at big houses and big cars, but we are looking at how we look after our neighbors and support each other. And for a very selfish reason, I often say to people who still want to argue on this matter, I say to them, if we don't invest now and we don't tackle poverty, then you will be paying a higher price. As more people become homeless because they cannot afford to pay their rent, as more people are going to the food banks because there is not enough money for their groceries, more children. When children grow up in poverty, we know it affects the determinants of health. And we also know that there is generational poverty as well. And we have to break that poverty cycle so that children get support early. And this is where I was so happy when our government invested in a breakfast program where children can receive a healthy breakfast in the morning. As a teacher, I know that no matter how brilliant the teacher, it's very hard to focus on learning when you are hungry and you haven't had a good night's sleep because you were cold at night. And in many ways, Mr. Speaker, it's the kids who I taught who brought me into the political arena. I will always remember this young man. He used to fall asleep in class all the time. And all the teachers were complaining, met with the parents, not. And then, once I got to know him, he told me how he hadn't had dinner. Often there wasn't much food for dinner. And at night time, to keep the bills down, they turned down the heating. And there were 3 blankets shared by 4 kids. And if you're cold and hungry, it's very hard to sleep. So coming into a classroom, it was a safe place. Got some food, and he got to sleep at the beginning. And imagine the cost to us as a society if we have children who are hungry when they are at school, children who are with families who are homeless. Children who we know when they grow up in poverty are going to be using healthcare system far more than other children, will probably develop chronic diseases far more than children raised with food and shelter and stability. And we also know that those who live in poverty are more likely to face policing issues as well. Because when you are desperate, you will try many different things. And when you look at the mental health issues that exist today, Mr. Speaker, how many of them are due to hunger, to being homeless, and not having the support systems you need? So once again, Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank my colleague from the Sunshine Coast and the current minister for having the passion and the commitment to build on the poverty reduction plan, even though we exceeded our targets, knowing that there is still a lot more work to do, and setting good targets. And I'm hoping that every one of us in this House, whether you sit over there or over here, will support every one of these measures as they are presented to us, so we can make sure we not only meet the targets, but we exceed the targets, so that the next time a colleague stands up and talks about poverty rates being much higher amongst Aboriginal kids, we can see that gap closing, and we can see that that 13% that he talked about is near the 0%. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the honor to speak here. For me, it's a privilege to represent Surrey Panorama. I will say one of the best ridings in the province, and I can tell you that the people in my community care very deeply about those who cannot look after themselves, about the young, about the elderly. They want everyone to have a life of dignity and one of respect. And, Mr. Speaker, let us grow a province where we grow the economy, but also we grow our people and we lift them up. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member for Nanaimo North Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed an honor to speak to the Social Development and Poverty Reduction Statutes Amendment Act. Having had the honor of serving the people of Nanaimo North Cowichan, and before that, Cowichan, Ladysmith, that region in the Mid-Island, since 2005, I've had many opportunities to address the issues of poverty and the issues of priorities shown by governments through their budgets and through their approach to governance. Even before I had the privilege of sitting in this House, I served as a school trustee and saw at that time the effects of on children, on families, particularly those who were most vulnerable, of government policies that were just leaving them out and that failed to backstop those people, the people I represent. Mr. Speaker, in 2004, when I was serving as a school trustee, I spent a lot of time in meetings trying to save schools from closure. I spent a lot of time debating in the school board office budgets that were having to cut back on services for children because of cynical policies brought by the provincial government of the day, the BC Liberal government, now calling itself BC United Party. At that time, Mr. Speaker, I saw how failing to have the backs and to backstop and to invest in the people of BC had devastating consequences for those people who needed that the most. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that British Columbians and Canadians generally love to root for an underdog. I really do. I really believe that we want to get behind those people who are trying, who start a little bit back from the starting line, and maybe we see ourselves in that. And we see that it's only by working together that we can indeed, as underdogs, be successful. I have a friend who's a CEO of forest companies, and a very, you might expect him to have a different point of view, but he shared with me his view of this issue. He said that if he were running a railway, he wouldn't invest all of his money and all of the resources of his railway in the posh parlor car for the most elite passengers. Indeed, he would look for the car that was struggling the most, with squeaky wheels and problems that were slowing down the whole train. And only by taking care of that in that order of priority could he make the train run smoother, run faster. And it really struck me as being a good metaphor for what we're talking about here right now. I'm a cyclist, cycle a lot less than I wish I could, but I think of cyclists on the highway. When you're driving down that road and you look at cyclists going in either direction, one may have a struggling face and gritting and struggling against an unseen opponent. The other, on the other side, is smiling and seems to be riding easily. You can't always tell just by glancing at people what challenges they face. One cyclist is facing a headwind, one cyclist is facing a tailwind. But it's easy to look at that and assume that one is better at cycling than the other. But in fact, it's really an unseen challenge that is holding one back and propelling another. And I think that British Columbians understand that too. So they understood in 2005 when the BC Liberal government came to power and in its first act offered a 25% income tax cut. They understood that they, as regular British Columbians, would get far less benefit from the most wealthy British Columbian from that measure. They also saw that that 25% tax cut translated into at least a 25% cut across the ministries, some over 30%. That, Mr. Speaker, created a deficit in services and supports for the most vulnerable British Columbians that we are still to this day fighting to redress. Mr. Speaker, this government introduced the first poverty reduction plan in British Columbia in 2002. And in so doing, set targets to reduce poverty, set targets that weren't simply met by increasing rates, which we did, but by coordinating the policies and actions of government across the spectrum to support people in British Columbia. It was an investment and a notion that if we were to make this investment in the people of the province, we had the faith that they would excel and thrive, and so would the province, so would our communities. And I say, Mr. Speaker, that we've been proven right. The leader of the official opposition, when he was in government, they froze rates for a decade after they had reduced them. It's hard to believe that a government would actually reduce the rates of support for the most vulnerable British Columbians, but that's what they did. They froze the senior supplement. It had been introduced in 1987, never increased. It was at $50, $49.30. This government doubled that, the first increase ever. In the 10 and 12 years that the leader of the opposition was finance minister and in other positions, BC had the highest child poverty rates. While he was overseeing the budget of British Columbia, that former BC Liberal, now BC United Party government did things so heartless and so penalizing as to take bus passes away from those people who were on disability assistance. Now, what could possibly be the aim of such measures? Could it be that they were trying to lift people up? I mean, it seems impossible that that could ever be the conclusion when we look at what they did. They froze the minimum wage at $8 for a decade. In fact, they introduced a training wage of $6 per hour for the first 500 hours of employment, which obviously encouraged employers to lay off people before they escaped that $6 an hour training wage. These were heartless and difficult challenges for the people of BC. And we had to sit here in this House for those 12 years I was in opposition and watch measure after measure be brought forth that hurt British Columbians. Mr. Speaker, since we formed government, we have given to the people of BC 7 increases in the minimum wage. In fact, now it is tied to the rate of inflation. So every year it will be going up according to the level of inflation. And those people who are working at that wage level will not see themselves slipping back from others. Those are the kinds of things that a government does if they care about people. Those are the kinds of things a government does if they believe that investing in the people of the province will lead to a successful province. Mr. Speaker, when I was a school trustee, I watched the cynical targeting of small schools and school districts, rural in particular, where at a time when student enrollment was clearly projected to decline, as opposed to now as student enrollment is growing, they attached funding for education to a per-student model and did away with catchment areas for schools. So that led to the communities who were hardest hit by a reducing population, losing schools and cutting programs. It was a cynical move so that they could say, oh, well, we gave $9,000 per student in the past and now it's $10,000, so it's the most ever, even though that declining enrollment led to a declining funding of education. In both education and health, they settled contracts with teachers, nurses, doctors, and then failed to fund them, so that indeed health authorities had to cut beds. Over 2,000 acute care beds were cut in the first 4 years of that former government. And over a dozen long-term facilities were closed, long-term care facilities for seniors. We saw them privatize the supports for seniors in care, and that led to the largest mass firing of women in Canadian history. We saw them increase medical insurance premiums, MSP premiums, by 50% and then by 100%. We eliminated MSP premiums. At the time, we were the only province in Canada that charged individuals a premium for their health care. That was the largest middle-class tax break in generations. Mr. Speaker, we were also the only province in Canada that didn't have an employer's health tax. And we have introduced an employer's health tax, but at the time of the introduction of that tax, it was the lowest in Canada. And this year's budget increases the exemptions for businesses who pay that tax from $500,000 in payroll to $1 million, with a graduated application of the tax up to $1.5 million. That's because we understand that small business needs the support of government as well as do the people. When we introduced the minimum wage and raised it, we also gave small business a tax break to compensate for that. So, Mr. Speaker, it is with calculation that our government has supported the people of BC, and it was with calculation that the former BC Liberal, BC United government undermined people. We can look far and wide through the policy decisions of that government and see examples. In school districts, they claim to be eliminating red tape, but what they really did was eliminate the protections for special needs children and allowed funding from districts they were already starving to flow away from those children. We saw them eliminate the designations for school librarians and other specialty teachers and saw those positions evaporate. At the same time, we saw school class sizes increase. In fact, the previous NDP government had settled the previous contract with teachers at a reduced wage increase in order to deliver classroom conditions, improvements in classroom conditions to those teachers. The former BC Liberal, BC United Party government came in and tore up those contracts. It took years of fighting for teachers to defend that and to turn that around, and it's this government that is reinvesting in those services for children. We can look at welfare benefits. The fact that they were told that 60,000 children would be affected by their cuts to income assistance. The benefit rates for welfare recipients between 55 and 64 were dropped. Mr. Speaker. The single parents were no longer entitled to keep $100 per month of family maintenance payments. These were measures that were penalties to people who were struggling, rather than supporting people who were struggling. This government supports those who struggle because we understand that investing in those people will make them successful, and thereby our communities and our province will thrive. Shelter allowances for families with 2 or more children were reduced. It's a sad list to read, and I think one of the most telling examples were the changes that the previous BC Liberal, BC United Party government made to the Manufactured Home Park Tenancy Act. Throughout British Columbia, there were many manufactured home parks that were an affordable housing option, particularly for seniors in our province, my grandmother being one of them. It was like a gray or silver-haired rush hour, a little bit after the regular rush hour, as the communities that grew. There would be one person, and that was my grandmother, who could drive and would drive others to their medical appointments or to shopping. These were simple arrangements that people came to that were undermined by that previous government when they took away the penalties for redeveloping those manufactured home parks. I saw veterans, I saw seniors who were in their 80s and 90s.
Could the member help connect to the legislation in front of us?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. These were all measures that increased poverty. These are all measures that were taken by the previous government that are now being undone by this government through a poverty reduction strategy that coordinates the actions of government, that coordinates the legislation of governments to support people. The comparison is inescapable. We saw the outcomes of that throughout the province as manufactured home parks were redeveloped and people were dislocated. This government, as part of our efforts to support people who struggle, reintroduced penalties for redevelopment of manufactured home parks and reintroduced larger penalties that would have those developers support the dislocation of people by helping them with the costs of moving. Mr. Speaker, one of the first things that previous government did was eliminate the childcare program that was in place at the time, a $14 a day childcare program that was just being introduced. That was one of the first things they did. One of the first things this government did to support people through efforts to reduce poverty was to support childcare with subsidies, new spaces, and subsidized wages for employees. In Nanaimo, North Cowichan, the constituency I represent, just in the last 4 years, we've seen over $79 million of investment in childcare. That equates to 118 early childhood educators who have seen $755,000 of wage supplements come their way through this government. That includes $24.5 million directly in subsidies to parents. These are life-changing investments for people who struggle. And this is all a part of this government's approach to reducing poverty. One of the first things I did as a government caucus member was attend the announcement with former Premier John Horgan at Vancouver Island University of the measure this government took to eliminate post-secondary tuition for those people who had been in care of the province. And, Mr. Speaker, I've said before in this House that everyone in that room was in tears. All of the people who were there, the students who were there to talk about how it impacted their lives, the professors and instructors who were there, even the Premier's security detail had tears on their cheeks because it was so clear what a huge measure this meant for the people affected. And when we think about the impacts on Indigenous people in this province, well, it's quite clear that there's been a disproportionate number of children in care who are Indigenous. So appropriately, they will receive support in a magnified way through that investment. Mr. Speaker, the measures that we've taken lifted 250,000 people in this province out of poverty. We reduced overall poverty rates by 45%. We reduced child poverty rates by 50%. Now, there's no doubt that inflation in the last year or so in food and housing have definitely chipped away at those gains. But that isn't stopping our government. We have committed through this act to greater goals. We have committed to a goal of reducing overall poverty rates by 60%, reducing child poverty rates by 75%, and reducing seniors' poverty rates by 50%. And according to our record, those are goals that we expect to meet. Mr. Speaker, some of the measures taken by the previous government were indeed penalizing. The 2-year independence rule for young people leaving home, that they had to show they'd been 2 years independent before they could in any way qualify for assistance. How on earth is that empowering? How on earth, unless you blame them for their circumstances, is that in any way something that a rational person would do? And so we don't blame the people of BC who struggle. We understand, and like other British Columbians and Canadians, as I pointed out earlier, we fight for the underdog, and we do things that will raise people up. The disability assistance exemptions in the province now equate to almost $1,400 a month that a person on disability assistance can earn without being clawed back. That is the highest in Canada. That will have impact not only for those people, but for small businesses in this province, because it opens up more employable hours to their businesses and encourages people to be inclusive of people with disabilities. So poverty reduction plans aren't simply about raising people's incomes. They're about increasing the quality of people's lives and their self-esteem. It's about empowering people to be the best that they can be And that's, I think, the core value of our government. That's why I'm proud to stand here and speak about this in our budget. That's why I'm proud to have served in this BC NDP caucus, and why I know and I have faith that these investments will continue to bear fruit, will continue to show that the results in BC are the best in the country, because not simply of a government, but because of a partnership between government and the people of this province. And people recognize that. They recognize that this government isn't poaching and targeting those who struggle. Instead, that we are identifying problems and rolling up our sleeves and solving them for the betterment of the people of BC. We have done so many things that I am so proud of. The BC affordability credit is $164 per adult. BC Hydro customers throughout the province are seeing a $100 credit on their bills. These seem small, of course they are, in relation to the wealthy people who benefited from that 25% tax break that the BC Liberals gave on the first day in office. But they are significant to people who struggle in this province, and they are integral to a comprehensive approach to poverty reduction that is more than simply reducing poverty and increasing income. It's about empowerment, it's about quality of life, and it's about people in BC thriving. We more than doubled the climate action tax credit. It's now $447 per adult. 1.5 million renters in this province benefit from the fact that we have capped rents at below inflation levels. And the previous BC Liberal, BC United Party in opposition opposed that. They wanted to see the rental rates increase by the rate of inflation plus 2%. That would have made rents increase in this province over the past year or two by 6 to 8% per year. Instead, they're capped at 2%. That would have been inflation permanently embedded in our economy, and it would have been a challenge for renters that they would have to cope with going forward. And instead, we have protected those people. Starting this coming year, renters will see a $400 tax credit. These things add up, Madam Speaker. We doubled the senior supplement, as I said earlier. We are giving people lower ICBC rates by an average of $500 per year. This is after the previous BC Liberal government had skyrocketing ICBC fees, not because ICBC was more expensive to operate, but because they were taking funds from ICBC in order to show a balanced budget, creating deficits in order to show a balance, creating deficits in the lives of struggling British Columbians in order to give rewards to those who are wealthy. We saw an average of $420 in rebates to ICBC customers. The BC family benefit of $2,850 for a family with 2 kids and the $750 top-up for single parents is another measure that this government has taken in order to reduce the costs for families in British Columbia, particularly for families who struggle. We've reduced childcare costs. I quoted numbers from the riding which I represent, and that has a life-changing impact for families with children who now can afford sports and vacations for their children, can even perhaps afford a down payment because of what we have done, a down payment on a home. We ended MSP premiums, as I said. That was a $900 advantage to individual adults who paid that fee on their own. Yes, Madam Speaker, we raised disability assistance payments, we raised income assistance payments, we eliminated the interest on student loans. These are obvious advantages to people in the province who struggle to meet the costs of living. This is all part of a comprehensive approach to reducing poverty and to supporting people. We created the BC Access Grant. The previous government eliminated student grants. First-year grants of up to $1,000 that were being provided by the BC NDP in the 90s were eliminated by the BC Liberal government in 2002. We've created the BC Access Grant, and that grant is up to $4,000 per year for students in post-secondary. We have made transit free for British Columbia's children under 12. Madam Speaker, this is an enormous advantage to families. I remember even in my own life living in Victoria with my mother after our family separated, and her having to measure out how much we could do, where we could go by bus because of the cost. And that's been a cost that's challenged vulnerable and struggling families for generations. Now they can take their kids where they need to go, where they want to go, without paying transit for those children under 12. That's a huge, huge investment in their lives. So eliminating post-secondary tuition for children who have been in the care of the province. Mentioned it before, and I think it deserves mention again, that this is an enormous investment. And the announcement was made at Vancouver Island University. Vancouver Island University had already pioneered that by doing it from their own financial planning. Now that's a reality throughout this province, and it has a life-changing effect for so many people. So, Madam Speaker, 128,000 people are now receiving basic dental care, those people who struggle. These are things that have an enormous impact on their quality of life, on their self-esteem, on their potential. We have invested in food banks and school lunches. We've invested $66 million in supporting food organizations supporting food security, 16 million in community food security initiatives, 50 million to food banks, food distributors, and food access programs. These are huge investments that have an even greater impact because they support people who struggle. Madam Speaker, the difference is clear. This government is backstopping and partnering with the people of BC to empower them. That previous government targeted them and penalized them for their struggle. This bill increases the targets this government has set for itself to give further and even greater support to British Columbians, and I'm proud to support it.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Langford, Wanda Fuca.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. For some reason, ever since I became elected, I always seem to follow the member from Nanaimo North Cowichan, and which is an issue because I just want to say ditto and end it. But boy, for almost 20 years, very, very thankful for his voice, his reason, and it's clear from what he's shared from his time as an MLA and certainly from his time as a school trustee and the service he's provided to his community that we've had a period of cleaning up to do, and all of that certainly could be put at risk in October of 2024. But in the meantime, we're going to continue doing our work. And I just want to begin by acknowledging how incredibly honored I am to be standing, Madam Speaker, and speaking towards, speaking in support of this legislation. I want to thank my colleague, the Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction. I want to recognize the work of the previous minister, the MLA for Powell River Sunshine Coast, in bringing this forward. We all know here in British Columbia, in fact, across Canada and around the world, global inflation is pushing up costs. And right now, and for the last little while, and I think for the next little while as well, things are going to be really difficult for people. We know that food prices have gone up. Bank of Canada report a couple of weeks talked about shelter rates, and of course, you know, a lot of different challenges as we look at gas prices as well. And we know that this has been an extra difficult time for our most vulnerable population, for Indigenous peoples, for our IPOC population as well. My colleagues who you know, have stood up and spoken to this legislation have talked about the real barriers to employment, the real barriers to opportunities for people at a challenging time. And it really, as I start my comments for the next little while on this Social Development and Poverty Reduction Statutes Amendment Act 2024, I think of the time and period during COVID in which things were really tough. When you look back to March and April and May, schools had shut down for a period of time. We saw women's employment in British Columbia, and in fact across Canada and around the world, declined significantly, certainly because of the fact that schools had closed. And also we saw those working in hospitality sectors and a number of other sectors like manufacturing and to an extent construction as well decline. Those were tough times, and one of the things I remember from Dr. Henry during her remarks on a daily basis, how this pandemic has certainly taught us that these impacts face people in a different way, and it's so important for governments, for all parties and all organizations to acknowledge the impact of the global pandemic and all of those other challenges before us in a way that respects and acknowledges the most vulnerable people in our society. And again, I want to thank the Minister, who's done an extensive amount of engagement with sectors. I know that the day that she introduced the legislation, I looked up to see a number of my constituents and a number of partners here on the South Island. Julian Daly from our place, I had an opportunity to tour our place a couple of weeks ago, and I know that there are those out there that have criticism towards our place, but I remember leaving that conversation and leaving that tour thinking, what would Victoria, what would Vancouver Island look like if there wasn't an Our Place and the work that they're doing? And in doing that engagement, the Minister clearly met with a lot of people, made room and did a lot of listening and learning, and brought forward a piece of legislation that certainly I'm going to be enthusiastically supporting, but clearly from the people that were standing next to her and with her in support of this legislation, it's clear that she's been able to address a lot of concerns over a number of years. And what I admired most from getting a chance to observe the press conference was this saying that we are strongest when we look after each other. It is so critical for governments of all political stripes to have that mindset. Again, that has been a mindset that we've had since 2017 under Premier John Horgan, and now our Premier as well, that British Columbia's most competitive advantage is not massive tax subsidies to the rich like we've seen in other provinces, and what we saw for a period of time from 2001 to 2017 under the BC Liberal, now BC United Party. But lifting people out of poverty and supporting people and supporting our most vulnerable, that is our competitive advantage. People are our competitive advantage here in British Columbia. That's something that everyone on this side of the House has been talking about, has been delivering on since day one, and it'll continue to be our primary focus for as long as we sit on this side of the House. There's a number of pieces that I want to mention in the time that I have, Madam Speaker. We know that in 2002, the old government's legislation was designed to cut people off of welfare, not to get them out of poverty. It reflects the previous government's belief that there was something wrong with people who needed a handout. In 2002, there was a number of period of decisions that the government, the BC Liberals, now BCUP, made that were shocking. For my family, it hits home. The member before me talked about, the member for North Cowichan talked about the mass firing of HEU workers. Both of my parents were HEU workers. In one single day, with two pieces of legislation, my parents both lost their jobs. The sole providers of our family, for me and my sister at the time, my little brother wasn't born yet, and my grandmother who lived with us, they fired both of my parents, privatized their jobs, and just like that, they lost all their income. At a time when they were thinking about growing their family, at a time when they were thinking about moving into a bigger home. We lived in a very small townhome, 3 bedrooms with 5 people. Things were tight. They made a drastic change that impacted my family, impacted so many women of color, so many people of color, new immigrants, that was absolutely devastating. And again, they, by making that decision, put people in poverty, and it's absolutely shameful. A number of people in my family, and what a shame to see the member across the way laugh at that. That's the fact. And it's such a shame that even though she wasn't a member at the time, that she would laugh at something like the mass firing of HEU workers. That's why I was so proud. I wasn't in the House at the time to be a part of a party in a government that supported bringing forward legislation to bring back in. And we're going to be celebrating just in a few short weeks 1 year since we brought back those workers into the HEU. 1 year since we celebrated bringing those workers back into the public sector after that side, after the BC Liberals and BCUP privatized them. And you know what hurts the most? Do you know what hurts the most, Madam Speaker? When they privatized them, my dad got a call back. He got a call back to come to work, but they gutted his wages. They absolutely gutted his wages. Shame on the member for laughing at that. Shame on the member for people in her community that she devastated on a party that she supports. Shame on her for laughing at that. Shame on her for supporting a leader, the Minister of Finance in 2012, who was the leader of the opposition, when he said this on BC's income inequality rate, and I quote, "I just have trouble with people saying, oh, because there's a gap, that there must be a bad thing. You now remember, as I mentioned earlier, and I'm not being flippant, but in Cuba, they don't have income inequality because they're all poor." That was the leader of the opposition when he was finance minister under the BC Liberal government. Absolutely bizarre. That's, again, the record of the BC Liberal government. It's not all. Let's hear. Back in 2013, CBC spoke to the leader of the opposition. For 10 of the 12 years that the leader of the opposition was a cabinet minister, BC had the highest child poverty rate in the country. CBC has quoted that. And a reporter asked a question where he said, and I quote, "So there's a report saying the child poverty rate is one of the highest here," unquote. And this is the leader of the opposition. And folks at home should listen to this, because this is the guy that wants to be the Premier of British Columbia. The leader of the opposition said, and I quote, "Well, you have to be careful of those reports, because the report will always show BC having the highest child poverty rate because we have the highest housing prices in the country. So there is a direct correlation between housing prices and how they deem child poverty." That was the leader of the opposition when he was finance minister. And certainly, Madam Speaker, I could go on and on and on about their time in government. What we've committed to in this legislation, in our work since we formed government in 2017, was the goals we brought forward in 2019. And I also want to recognize, I've acknowledged the minister, the current minister, the past minister, but also Shane Simpson, who was the first minister of social development and poverty reduction, who initially had brought this forward. Our 2019 goal, as the member before me mentioned, was to reduce poverty by 25%. We reduced it by 45%. And again, as was acknowledged by the member before me, we reduced child poverty by more than 50%. But that's not good enough. People expect more. And we know if the BCUP ended up back on this side, poverty rates would go up. That's their record. That's what British Columbians know, and that's what they'll be voting on in October of 2024. We know that we're on the right track, but very quickly we could be on the wrong track. And certainly, as the minister has acknowledged, as all of the members on this side have acknowledged, we know that that this October there will be an opportunity for British Columbians to choose their future. We've certainly got a lot of work ahead of us. We're making changes to income and disability assistance and setting new poverty reduction targets. Again, I just want to spend a little bit of time talking about the changes to social assistance and disability assistance laws. We know that people say they feel better and are better off when they have a job and a community connection. I want to acknowledge, and I know all members in this House will acknowledge, the work that employment centres in our communities do. For me in particular, in Langford-Juan de Fuca, we have Work BC, Peter and his team based in the West Shore in Langford, with serving the entire West Shore region as well as Souk. They just opened a new office not too long ago. I'm looking forward to having the minister pop by for a visit to see the incredible work that their staff do to support people free from any stigma, destigmatized, and really clearly focused on providing whatever they can to support people in their time of need. That's the support system we're building. We're reducing barriers, ensuring people get the help they need to move out of poverty, not push them aside like was the record under the previous government, but getting them the support they need to get back to work or to get to work. We're helping people improve their lives. I remember when I was chatting with Peter, one of the things that he shared with me in terms of supports that he provides based off of support that he gets from government is the ability to be able to provide people clothes to go to interviews, to do job interviews. Like, that's huge. Like, when you're living in poverty, when you're someone who's unhoused, the ability to be able to go purchase a suit or to purchase clothes, to be able to go and participate in a job interview is crucial. I remember being at a youth center in Surrey not too long ago, and they had a barber there, and to see the smiles on people's faces when they were getting their haircuts. These are people whose parents probably couldn't afford to get them a haircut, and to see the business community and those getting out and supporting them was so heartful and so important to see. Madam Speaker, as part of this legislation, the Poverty Reduction Strategy Act, we're making changes. We're setting new ambitious poverty reduction targets. We're setting new 10-year targets, and we're increasing them because we acknowledge that we've done a lot. As my colleague from Surrey Panorama said, we've done a lot. We've got a lot more work to do, and so we've set new targets where we're reducing poverty rates by 60%. We're reducing child poverty rate by 75%. And for the first time, we're setting a target to cut seniors' poverty rate by 50%. There is a lot more work that we can be doing, Madam Speaker, and it's so important that we continue those efforts. You'll remember that the old government had no plan to tackle poverty. When they formed government in 2001, they slashed budgets. They slashed the healthcare budget. They slashed every budget. They had this, Gordon Campbell had this fixation on cutting the budget by 25%. And if those at home have no idea what I'm talking about, you can talk to George, or you can talk to George Abbott, or you could read his book, because he set it out clearly, because he was a minister during that time. I had a chance to read George's book, and it was very crystal clear what Gordon Campbell and his folks were trying to do at that time. And during that period, after the hard work of the previous NDP government at the time, our province was the only one in Canada during the period of the BC Liberal tenure without a poverty reduction strategy. Again, that was the record of the BCUP, Madam Speaker. As part of this work and the pressures facing British Columbians, Madam Speaker, it's so important that we recommit our efforts. That's why we're increasing the minimum wage. We're eliminating interest on student loans, as my colleague talked about. In Langford-Juan de Fuca alone, since we implemented the Childcare BC plan, families, parents, have saved $34 million back into their pockets since we implemented the Childcare BC plan. I was at Centre Mountain Leyland Middle School, where I had an opportunity to be able to engage with middle school students and join my colleague, the Minister of Education and Childcare, to announce a replenishment of $20 million towards the Student and Family Affordability Fund. So students who are not in a position to can participate in school field trips, can participate in sports academies and other things as well. That's on top of $214 million we've invested in the Feeding Futures program. And in my community, we have a great relationship with Backpack Buddies that ensures that good, fresh food heads home with those who need it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can go on and on. We touched on the bus passes and how, because of the cold-hearted decisions of the UP, the Liberals, when they were on this side of the House, they tried to rip bus passes, 3,500 of them, out of the hands of those who need it. I could go on and on about the impact that this has had on students. In my short period, the last 2 weeks that I've been the Parliamentary Secretary for International Credentials, I've had a chance to talk to students, and they remember the record of the BC Liberal and the BCUP. They remember the wacky times, as Andrew Wilkinson used to say it, when he compared renting as a period of wacky times. I could go on and on, but I'm going to end there because I know my colleague from Maple Ridge wants to speak to this too. But I'm so impressed with the work that's been done on this legislation. I'm ashamed at the member across for laughing at the work that we're doing. Well, you were laughing, member, and you should be very mindful of that. But I am so impressed with this legislation, and I hope that all members in this House will stand up and support this and commit to and recommit to our efforts to reducing poverty all across British Columbia. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Maple Ridge Mission.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And I rise today in support of the Social Development and Poverty Reduction Statutes Amendment Act 2024. But before I start, I did want to say a few things just in regards to my own community and how important advocates have been in regards to this issue around poverty reduction. And we have incredible community networks in Maple Ridge and Mission who've worked tirelessly on issues around poverty, on social justice, and having them constantly put our feet to the fire and always be reminding us of issues is really important, and I just wanted to reach out to them. And one in particular, I just wanted to mention Bryce Shuffleberger, who actually has a self-advocacy net. And he's just, as an aside, he's part of the Mission Blazers floor hockey team, and they were part of the Special Olympics Nationals that were recently in Calgary. And I just wanted to say how proud I am of them for showing so much spirit going to Calgary and representing our community. And I know from talking to Bryce how so many of the people he works with, because he works with people with disabilities, and how many are on or close to the poverty line and are really struggling with many issues like housing and affordability. And so I wanted to recognize that. I also want to recognize that people are facing real financial challenges with inflation. And this is actually putting so much pressure on folks in terms of food and housing and so many other issues. And it is particularly difficult for people who are on income assistance and disability, and I just want to recognize that. I also want to say especially that it also hits people who are caught in intergenerational poverty and Indigenous people and the BIPOC communities, and recognize that. And you know, so many people are facing barriers to employment and employability, and they have complex needs. And I think it's really important, Honourable Speaker, to recognize that the needs are complex. It's not as simple as the opposition would say, get a job. You know, the people, you know, they feel better if they have a job, but we have to empower people, and we have to reduce barriers, because different people have different needs. And the member opposite also, or not opposite, the member who's opposite me, but not opposite, so to speak, is mentioned as well about Work BC, and same in my community. They do such incredible work, and I'd like to shout out to them, really empowering people and giving them the tools they need to get back into the workforce. But this is all about reducing barriers and trying to really work with people. Now, this is in contrast as many of my colleagues have said, in terms of the old BC Liberal government, who's now BC United, and their legislation that they brought in quite early after getting into power in 2021 was to cut people off welfare, not to get them out of poverty, but to this idea that the opposition had that this was a handout, and it really sort of a series of mean-spirited legislation that denied people the support and actually just made life so much harder. And that government, the past government, didn't have a plan. It was, in fact, when I was running for the 2017 election, Honourable Speaker, it was shocking to me when I was meeting with advocates who I've mentioned earlier, who said we were the only province that didn't have a poverty reduction plan. And in fact, that was something that was so important when we got into government in 2017. And I've got to say, when Premier John Horgan had Shane Simpson on the case back in 17 and delivered a very powerful and ambitious, I think, poverty reduction plan back in 2017, we really had some hope for reducing poverty, and that work was taken up by the member from Powell River and Sunshine Coast, and now our wonderful Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction with this act today. And back in 2019, the goal was to reduce poverty by 25%, and we reduced poverty by 45%. And we reduced child poverty by more than 50%. So we exceeded what we wanted to do, but as members have said, that was a great goal then, but we need to do more now. And so we're on the right track, and we recognize that people are still struggling, and we need to keep doing that important work to move people forward. But I think it's important to recognize too, Honourable Speaker, that when you look at what poverty reduction is, you're looking at what is core to what a just society. If we look at how we are judged as a society, it's not how the opposition would prop up the rich and powerful or people with money. It's how we look after the poor, the people that are vulnerable. That really is what I think judges us as a society. And that is really what is so important to look at. And I truly feel, working with my colleagues in caucus, that we do that every day. And we're trying to do that. And this plan is part of an ongoing plan to deal with a really, really difficult situation where we have people who are struggling and need help. And particularly in a time, Honourable Speaker, when we have inflationary issues. So part of what we're doing here is, we have to try to have it so, again, that we empower people, because having a job gives dignity, and it's important. And so that's part of what we want to do, but also there's a time when people need that support. They need that safety net. And a plan isn't just about, Honourable Speaker, a handout, as the opposition would say. It's about a number of things, and that's why the Poverty Reduction Plan has always been cross-ministerial, because every ministry has a chance to contribute to this, whether it's housing or whether it's childcare, or whether it's issues around finance, around minimum wage and all of these things. It's a holistic look at how we can lift people up and ensure that we fight poverty in so many different ways, instead of the mean-spirited financial penalties, for example, that the opposition had when they were in government. So we're setting some, again, very ambitious goals over the next 10 years, reducing in this act poverty reduction rates by 60% from the 2016 sort of baseline, reducing child poverty rates by 75%, and for the first time, and very important with an aging population, cutting seniors' poverty rates by 50%. And this is really important, Honourable Speaker. I talked to so many seniors in my community, and seniors have been hit really hard because so many seniors are living on a fixed income. And as prices and inflation goes up and the cost of living goes up, their income stays the same. So we have to really, really target it as well. And so I'm really pleased to see, Honourable Speaker, that we're doing this work, not just for child poverty and poverty generally, but also putting some focus on seniors' issues. Now, across the plan, there's a number of things that have happened, and we've helped to get over 250,000 people out of poverty. Now, another thing, Honourable Speaker, when I ran in 2017, one of the things that kept coming up from the advocates who I spoke to throughout the entire process was that the BC United, the then BC Liberals, had frozen income assistance rates for over 10 years. Over 10 years. And if you look at the cost of living over that period, that means year over year over year, people were getting less and less and less. And that, Honourable Speaker, is so shameful. Now, what we did, one of the first things we did when we got in is we raised the assistance rates. And in fact, since that initial raise, we've done it 4 more times, 5 in total. Now, I remember, Honourable Speaker, I was at an event after I got elected in Mission, and one of the advocates, who is a woman who is on disability, literally tackled me, knocked me on the ground. She was so happy. And she was happy for, to us, a few $100s a month. But to her, it meant so much. And so when we hear about things like, you know, small little checks from the opposition to people who are experiencing poverty, sometimes at $100 a month or $200 or whatever that increase, that's the difference between buying food and not buying food, you know? And so that is how profound some of these changes made. And they're not easy. You know, bringing, you know, even $100 to some of these rates, and the PW rates can cost nearly $200 million. It's not easy to keep bringing these up, but we're doing that work, and we're continuing to do that work. We're investing in food security, which is really important, because we saw, Honourable Speaker, during the floods and the fires, how vulnerable we are to food security. And it's really, really important that we have a supply of low-cost local food, especially given the challenges that we've seen with climate change. And I'm particularly happy to see our investment in school food programs. Now, this is a big part of poverty reduction as well, because you need to give kids hope. And how do you do that? You give them a good education. And if you give them a good education, and how can you give them a good education if they haven't eaten and they can't concentrate? So there's so many parts, for example, in education that we've done to try to lift people out of poverty. One of the members had mentioned the free tuition for children aging out of care, for example. There are thousands of people aging out of care who have taken advantage of that program. Imagine how life-changing that is, to be able to go to post-secondary and have a chance at a good-paying job and not be caught in a cycle of poverty that can happen. That is about opportunity, and that is the sort of thing that we are providing. Also, Honourable Speaker, I wanted to talk about this cross-ministerial issue, because poverty reduction, Honourable Speaker, isn't just about income assistance. Income assistance is important, but there's so many other things. One of the key things is the minimum wage. When we got into government, we had one of the lowest minimum wages in the country. Now we have the highest at $17.40, and it's tied to the cost of living. So that means, unlike the mean-spirited policies of the past government, we're recognizing that that has to keep up with the cost of the Consumer Price Index. That's very, very important. We've expanded the BC family benefit and added a bonus, which is really important. You know, if you think about what the sort of programs that we're doing, instead of cutting, which is what happened with the previous government, they cut income tax to those at the top and corporations. So what does that mean? You cut programs. Who gets cut? Well, the people that are most vulnerable often are the ones that get hit the most, whether that's legal aid, whether that's freezing income assistance, and all of those things. Privatizing healthcare. We heard about the HEU and Bill 29 and that awful, awful situation where thousands of women, mostly of color, lost their jobs, and it was just tragic, absolutely tragic. Those are the types of mean-spirited legislation, and that's what happens when your priority is to benefit those at the top. We don't do that. And one of the key things we're looking at is things like childcare. Childcare is a game changer. It's particularly for women, because it's a trap. Anybody who's had kids knows that if you have to pay for childcare, it's often the same cost as the job that you're working, and you get in that trap where one of your partner or you has to stay at home and can't, because there's no point going to work because all your money goes to childcare. You get in that trap, and then you don't have enough money in an inflationary situation where we're in right now. So allowing your partner, allowing those people to work, empowering women to get into trades, or empowering women to get into professions particularly. That's so important. We need 1 million workers over the next 10 years. Well, that means everybody's got to work, right? And how do we do that? We provide things like childcare. But we're not talking about just a little bit of money. This is like up to $900 a month for a family. That's game changing. I mean, that's like 63,000 people are getting that help right now. That, if you want to talk about poverty reduction, that is critical. Also want to talk about affordable housing. We've got about 78,000 units that are complete or underway. And there's a lot of low-income and seniors housing that are attached to that. We're protecting housing that could be redeveloped for low-income housing. It's very important. As one of the members mentioned, we have a rental tax rebate of $400. These are all things to help with affordability. And eliminating interest on student loans. Again, this empowers when students get out of university, if they're saddled with massive debt, then they're already impoverished as they start. This gives them a chance to start their lives in a good way. And then another piece of all this that helped deal with poverty is things like ICBC, things like us getting ICBC under control, things like cutting MSP premiums, which was the biggest single tax cut in a generation. Those are all really important things. So today it's really important, this act that we're speaking to. We're aiming to reduce poverty rates by 60%, child poverty rates by 75%, and as I said, having a new target on seniors and reducing that by 50%. And we're really refining and broadening the key populations that are being under the strategy, and really looking at things like singles who are particularly at risk for poverty. And so that's the amendment to the Poverty Reduction Strategy Act. And then there's the Employment and Assistance Act and the Employment and Assistance for Persons with Disability Act that are also being amended. And this builds a system that reduces barriers, and I talked about that earlier, ensuring people get the help they need to move out of poverty and into employment. And this changes, the changes to income and disability assistance legislation here will better support people to find work, and which is so important. So, Honourable Speaker, so much of this work has been done over the last 7 years, and there's so much more to do. And I've got to say that I'm very proud, Honourable Speaker, to be part of a government caucus that really puts the needs of people first. And I know that's how we started under Premier John Horgan and how we continue with the Premier now. You know, every day we meet as caucus and we always talk about what are we doing for people today? You know, what is our job to make life better for people today? And when we run again in October, that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be talking about how we can make life better, how we can lift people out of poverty, how we can help. I mean, look at free contraception for women. That's huge. I mean, that's a poverty reduction measure right there. That's another poverty reduction measure. It also fights for equality for women. And so many of these things it's not just about poverty, it's also about equality. It's also about social justice. Even things like increasing access to legal aid. That is a poverty reduction issue because so many people who deal with things like family law are often women at risk. That's poverty reduction. So taking this entire holistic approach is the right way to go, Honourable Speaker. And I will look at the House Leader and see what he's saying. No, I just wanted to say in closing, Honourable Speaker, that You know, we do know that and recognize that things are getting more expensive now, and why it's so important, Honourable Speaker, that we do have a plan to deal with poverty reduction, and that we don't just sit on that plan, that we actually keep pushing the envelope and keep pushing ourselves to do better. And that's what the minister's doing with this act. It's pushing us to do better. It's like the Climate Action Plan. It's a plan to do better. And not only a plan to do better, you look at the Climate Action Plan, it's leading in the country, in North America. And it's the same with this poverty reduction plan. It's leading. I look at over, you know, Minister of Housing, you know, the work that's being done on housing, for example, that's leading the country. And it's also part of poverty reduction, because we need more rental stock, Honourable Speaker. We need more low-cost housing. We need seniors housing. I think about in Maple Ridge, Honourable Speaker, we have supportive housing, and one of the places that is supportive housing, once we move that, we're going to be building seniors housing. And we have a beautiful building that's going to be built. And it's not just seniors housing that's expensive for seniors, it's seniors housing that's tied to income. It's tied to income so that people with fixed incomes will be able to access that housing in a reasonable way, especially seniors on fixed incomes. Because the last thing we want to see, and we see this, all MLAs see this, is seniors who are struggling on fixed incomes and close to being homeless, and that's what we want to avoid. We do not want to have seniors have to deal with that. And so we're working very, very, very hard on that, and that's why I really applaud the minister for adding the focus on seniors here. Because we have children at youth, children who are dealing with poverty, but we also have to be laser focused on seniors issues as well, Honourable Speaker. So with that, Honourable Speaker, I will take my seat, and I'll proudly support this bill, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Seeing no further speakers, Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction to close debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all my colleagues from all three parties for participating in the debate. I will maybe just say a couple of things in response, in reflection with some of the things that have been said. I do enjoy and appreciate my critic on the social development and poverty reduction file, but I will just say his opening comments gave me pause, that our poverty statistics were bad, that we hadn't generated results. Well, we've removed 250,000 people from poverty. These are using StatsCan numbers, the 45% reduction in poverty. We did what we said we would do. We measured, we set a goal, we made the investments, we made the measurement. In contrast, the former BC Liberals froze income assistance rates at $610 for a decade, including when their leader was the finance minister. We've increased rates 5 times. They took away bus passes from people on disability. We returned the bus pass. They never touched the senior supplement. We doubled it. And on it goes. So I look forward to the conversation at committee with my critic and my colleague, but the facts stand, you know. More facts, just in response to some of the pieces that were raised in the conversation. Under our government, we have the lowest income rates in Canada for people who earn under $150,000 a year. You know, that is, and one of the first things we did was increase taxes on the top 2%. That's in contrast to what was characterized by one of my colleagues across the way. We've increased rates, social assistance rates, 50%. If we had only indexed rates, they only would have gone up 23%. So again, that's better for people. That's the pulling ourselves out of the hole in which we were left by the previous government. That is where we are. Yes, I take the comment of many of the colleagues that the plan on how we are going to achieve those poverty reduction targets that we are setting now in legislation have not yet been produced. Our deadline for that report, the next poverty reduction strategy, is March 31st. Now, I'll note that the BC's first poverty reduction strategy, which came in 2018, the legislation came in 2018, the poverty reduction strategy was tabled a year later. In this case, we're going to do it like 4 weeks later, so I think that's actually pretty good. But absolutely, we don't legislate all the details of the plan. We legislate the poverty reduction targets, and we legislate the populations who are particularly susceptible to living in poverty. That's what's legislated, and so that is what is being amended in that one section of this bill. Again, poverty reduction strategy built based on the advice of over 10,000 people across the province. That is due March 31st. That is the plan that will elucidate how we are going to reach those poverty reduction targets over 10 years. And a reminder also to colleagues that we have a legislated requirement to table an annual report about our efforts to implement the poverty reduction strategy on an annual basis. And so that is incumbent on us as something that we're going to do. Yes, the system is complex to navigate. We admit that. That's partly what we're trying to repair with this bill, but it's also one of the real benefits of us having returned when the previous government had cut social workers from poverty reduction, from income assistance. We've returned the community integration specialists who do system navigation and help people in incalculable ways. We are very grateful to have their work, and they are helping that system navigation in addition to all of our not-for-profit partners, for which we are grateful. And the final thing I'll say is I'll just really kind of sums up where we were 20 years ago compared to now. This is a quote from Auditor General Wayne Stryloff in 2004. Quote, "We believe that a key assumption of the ministry in arriving at this decision, bracket, to weaken disability assistance, end bracket, was that a large number of recipients would fail to qualify, therefore losing their disability status, and the result would be significant cost savings to government and taxpayers." That is the old thinking. What is represented in this bill is the new thinking. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move second reading.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Minister?
I move that the bill be referred to Committee of the Whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. Again, all those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Committee stage. Okay. Okay. Committee Chair.
Honourable Speaker, Committee of Supply Section A reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Attorney General, reports progress on the Ministry of Citizen Services, and ask leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again?
Next sitting.
So ordered. We are waiting for next committee to come in, so we'll, just for a few minutes. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section C reports resolution and completion
of the estimates of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport and the Ministry of Jobs, Economic Development and Innovation, and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again?
And next sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Honourable Speaker, I move the House now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.